Whoopsie, what is going on with that? Ah. Okay. Hi. Wow, 230. Can you streak 230 times? So, hello, welcome in. The Trails in the Sky, the third. When we plan to do the Trails games all year, our original plan was play a Trails game, play something else, play a Trails game, play something else. However, there's a lot of things going on this year, you know, new games coming out, events that I want to run, and I have to kind of like, I have to sort of like, decide a sort of loose schedule in order to not interrupt certain things. And because these games are long and who knows when they're going to finish, and you know, so Expedition 33 comes out on like April 23rd or something like that, 24th. That's about 8 or 9 stream days, or stream days that I will play this game anyway, before then. And that's about how long a Trails game is going to take. Now, if it takes less time than that, great. If it takes more time than that, unfortunate. I will interrupt it for Expedition 33. It's going to happen if I'm still in the middle of it. Doesn't matter how close I am to the end, unless I'm like right there, you know. But that means that I don't have any free time, I guess you would call it, to do something else, you know, another thing, and put this project in, you know, as a little bit of the bread in between the meat or whatever. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is that I have no choice as far as wanting, because if I play another game, it's going to take me 2 or 3 days, and then I'm going to have 2 or 3 days left of this before I get to Expedition 33, instead of just finishing it, seeing how much time I have, then go from there. But I want to make sure that I have plenty of time to enjoy the game at my pace before Expedition 33 comes out. Trooper to jump into another Trails game right after? Yeah. I don't get burnt out very easily, so the only reason I wanted to space out the games actually was for your benefits, more than anything else. It was mostly like I would just power through the whole franchise, no problem. But I wanted you guys to be able to have a little bit more flavor through the year, other than just like, oh good, another Trails game, you know. So there's going to be some things mixed in between for that reason. But I mean, Expedition 33 is going to be one of them, so that's going to be the hot game for me, the game I'm anticipating the most. Played the demo. There was a creator demo that came out, played it last month, and it was really good, so. Looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. I'm hoping they fine-tune the parry and the block, or the dodge a little bit. No, my goal is just to finish Trails before the end of the year. Before the next Fiesta, basically. I mentioned it a few times. You might not have heard me. But the goal is to play through the Kiseki Legend of Heroes franchise that's available right now before the next Fiesta. And if I finish before Horizon comes out, then I'll drop Horizon in there as well, you know? I wanna be able to stay up to date on this franchise, so when a new Legend of Heroes game come out, I just pop it in and I play it and enjoy it, and go on to the next. Like the only issue that I have with this franchise is like Octopath Traveler, you know? Like we all acknowledge the Octopath Traveler story sucks. So, you know, the rest of it being good is enough to play it, and so you do. You know, I enjoy Octopath Traveler despite the story sucking. I enjoy Trails in the Sky despite the story sucking, and I'm good with that, you know? Like, I like those games because of their gameplay, not because of, you know, the supposed good story that everybody seems to claim, which is fine, you know? I mean, other people do enjoy the story, so they want it for other reasons, but that's the reason I want to continue playing these games and keep up to date with it. Not to mention, you know, it's like, I wouldn't really say it's like a rite of passage, But it's, you know, as an RPG fan, I want to play more RPGs. I'm a big RPG fan. I like a lot of RPGs, and this is it's a pretty big one. It's definitely one of the list. If like I had to pick like 20, 30 RPG franchises to, you know, hey, these are the things that you should consider playing, this would probably make the list. So, you know, yeah. Although, I mean, I don't really have enough experience in it to like really make that choice. Maybe when I get to Crossbell and Cold Steel, I'm just blown away by it and I go, oh god, yeah, this has got to be the one. You know, because like as it stands right now, I'd be like, Final Fantasy, duh. Xenoblade Chronicles, Breath of Fire, Earthbound. The rest of the other games you can avoid. Technically, Dark Souls games are RPGs, so, you know, we'll throw those on there. Why not? Technically, Horizon are RPGs as well. Throw those on there. You know, it's hard because my retro games are over there. So, like, all I can see is PS4 and PS5 games, which have a lot of RPGs, but still. Well, everything has been a good, at least a good part of the game, other than the story. It's just the story. It's just like Octopath. Garbage story, great everything else. Cool. Good with that. Sometimes, like I said, I mentioned this last night when we were finishing up Trails second chapter and doing the review. I said, like, this is one of those games where I could just sit on my Switch or my Steam Deck and just chill on the couch while I'm watching TV and just not really pay too much attention to the game and just kind of vibe it. And just chill and just go through fighting monsters and whatever, you know? The only problem that I have with it is a lot of perma-missables, and it's just really on rails in terms of linearity, which, you know, you have this world that you can basically go around all the way around, and they lock you out of it for whatever reason. There's really no reason for that, to lock you away from the rest of the world. So, the only part where it actually makes sense is when you crash on the island, but, like, They could have written it to where you don't crash on the island, or you crash on the island and then you get the repairs done, and then you're able to go on and off or whatever. Heck, like even Final Fantasy IX, when you go into there's this huge ass battle before you go into the final dungeon, and it's like you can just leave, everybody's gone, it's cool, they went home. You know what I mean? Like, because they don't want to lock you out of the game. Some things are more important, you know. And then letting those missions stay available the whole time would be really nice. Whatever. It's not that big of a deal. It's just like, you know, you want to do side content, but you're forced to do it when the game tells you. So it's a little bit of an issue. I didn't really mark points off for that, but yeah. Anyway, point is this one of those games where I don't need to have like the full-on audio in my ears, you know, getting really immersed or anything like that. I can just vibe it. Like Atelier. Atelier is a good example of just a vibe game where it's just like you care more just about the process of doing the things and you care about the immersion, story, build up characters and everything. Yep. Basically, I don't have enough time before Expedition 33 comes out, so I have to start this today if I want to make sure that I finish it before it comes out. Otherwise, we would just interrupt Trails to play that, and then we, you know, who knows how long that'll take, and then, you know, it takes a long time to get back to it, and we forget where we're at, you know, whatever. So, because I stream 4 days a week where I choose what I want to play, and then I stream 2 days a week where you choose what I get to play, and that gives me 9 stream days total before Expedition 33 comes out, where I choose what I want to play. But we got everybody here. Mecha, Mr. J, Velico, what's going on? Ryu Power, Arkuma, how's it going? Thank you for 18 months, Arkuma, thank you. Playing Azdic. Kamada Zero, what's going on? Fat Streaks in there. Lone Fellow, Suntop, hello. What's up, Hitokiri? Quadratics here. Mr. J, Kamen Rider, hope you're doing good. Ephraim, Mayru Lookers, Tiger, hello. And welcome in. Starting up Legend of Heroes, Trials in the Sky, the third. Already, the presentation of the game is giving me the vibe that it's different. Although, then I go to the menu and it's like the exact same sound effects and everything, so it makes me worried that it's just going to be another copy pasta. But we'll see. Oh, enemies become weaker based on the number of retries? I don't want that. Anyway, that's it. I'm using my capture card. I cannot update firmware for that. Thank you. Let's just get started right away. Yeah, just normal. Well, Agate is in this game. You can see the character aesthetic is the exact same. Trails in the Sky, second chapter, save data found. Load data, yes. $74 hours. Year 1203 of the Septian calendar, fall, just over half a year since the Liber Arc's collapse. Cruising through the night sky above the Cruzan province in eastern Erebonia. That already feels a little bit different from a presentation perspective. Hopefully the combat was the Rydford Company's latest display in luxury, the Lustania. It does look very luxurious. That gives me the, like, Fifth Element vibes. I'm already feeling that overriding. They could have just left out the last little 2 flashes. Those are definitely new sprites on the table, but the character sprites are the same. If I may have your attention, please. On behalf of the Conrad Company, I would like to take the time to thank you all for attending this party today. As I am sure you're all aware, this is the most auspicious day. Yes, indeed. On this historic day 10 years ago, this fine company... You don't seem to be enjoying this quite as much as he is. You ought to at least try and feign interest in what he's saying, Surely you must understand what kind of man he is if you're here. Oh, that I do. He's a merchant of death who made a fortune during the 100 Days' War and one of the Empire's most wealthy men, despite being a relative newcomer. Why, it was only a few years ago that he partnered up with the famous Reinford Group and now he's serving on the board of directors. You're getting Grandia vibes? The combat is vaguely Grandia, but otherwise I would say more Saga Frontier. Because they use like 3D models to do the sprite work. They render 3D models and then take screen prints of them. His record makes for a most impressive read, that much is for certain. Although I dare say he's less impressive in person compared to on paper. My, you'd best refrain from making such remarks. That mask of yours may disguise your identity, but it won't keep those naughty men in black away should you make an enemy of them. Now that's a terrifying prospect. Can't imagine I'd last very long if I did. I'd surely be cast through this window as easily as a pebble plunges through water. I must say I find you rather intriguing. Are you a member of the press, perhaps, or maybe even a government official? I would answer, but where's the fun in spilling secrets? I'll leave the pondering to your fertile imagination, mademoiselle. Leaving my identity aside, however, this ship is an impressive work of art. It's hard to believe we're inside one at all, and yet here we are, thousands of ARG in the air. Well, it is Reinford's latest model. One would expect nothing less than art. Last I heard, they were advertising it as the largest airship in the world. It is 120 ARG across, so they're probably right, as far as most of the world knows. You certainly know how to make a lady curious, but even with the mask, it's no secret that you're so young, practically still a boy. I wonder how often do you go around charming your way through these drab parties with that aura of mystique. This is like uncomfortably awkward, you know? They're both laid it on a little too thick, you know? It's not cat and mouse. They're not flirting. They're basically just like flashing each other like verbally, you know? You know what I mean? It's not cat and mouse, it's not mystique, it's not flirtation. It's just, here's my boobs. Oh, here's my dong. All right, you know? Like it's not subtle and catty and cute. It's just blunt, forced trauma to, you know what I mean? Well, well, seems the mask can't hide all my secrets. Perhaps I ought to make my daring escape before I give away anything more about myself. If you must, although it would be my pleasure to continue keeping you company. It's not every day that one gets to enjoy chatting the night away with a mysterious stranger like this, you know. We could even take our chat somewhere more comfortable, like your room. I would be honored to. Fair lady? Come on, dude. A tip of the fedora to you, my lady. Get the fuck out of here. But only if you can promise the goddess has her eye turned away. She may blush if she's watching. Meanwhile, I'll refrain from asking you why your room would not be an acceptable location. And I'll thank you for not forcing me to bring up that oaf of a man. Well, the party's in full swing now. This chance is as good as any. His private room's on the highest level of the ship and on the other side of the deck. He just leaves? He just like walks away. He didn't even like say pardon me. Like they were being so formal, but then when the one thing that actually requires formality, which is to excuse yourself, he says nothing. Oh, am I controlling mysterious stranger? If you're gonna try to write somebody suave and debonair, at least actually write them suave and debonair. Suave and debonair. Oh god, the control scheme is different. Let's run then. Let's fast forward. I guess auto run is a thing. It does kind of feel like I'm auto running, doesn't it? Oh, I don't think I'll have the alt tabbing issue. Yeah, I don't think I'll have the alt tabbing issue that I had before. I already downloaded a controller scheme for this. I already set it up. But that doesn't mean anything because if they change the control scheme, like that's all that's available, you know? It's fine, I just need to get used to different buttons. Once again, it doesn't actually have controller support. It's basically like DS for Windows. Where it uses key inputs. Well, I think auto run is a thing, so I can just. Wow, that was weird. Strange. Felt like someone was watching me for a moment. Forget it. I've got work to do. This private room's on the highest floor of the ship, on the other side of the deck. Time to move. But yeah, I set up the controller last night as soon as I was done with the second chapter. Yeah, I don't think there is a run button. There's not even an option for auto run. So I just think they removed the run button because who actually didn't run all the time, right? Everybody was always running all the time. Because it feels like, yeah, feels like the same pace. No, it feels like the pace of running. I think, anyway. Yeah, this feels like the same as fast forward plus run from the last game. What's up, Titus? Oh, a casino. Look at all these suckers. What's up, Nikki? Interesting, it's what's his name? Potentially. Oh, they're the security. Stop right there. This staircase leads to Sir Conrad's private room. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I figured you'd say something like that. Sorry though, this isn't going to be your lucky day. What are you doing? That's a convenient little tool. Looks like I'm dealing with a bunch of Jaeger dropouts. They don't seem that well trained either. This'll be cake. I mean, it looks like it's Kevin with a haircut, honestly. Sure wish every job I had was this easy. So this looks like Kevin with his hair slicked back. Talk about pointlessly fancy. All right, now where's the he hidden at? Apparently I went right to where I needed to go. It's like I knew it was there almost. Oh, I see. There are multiple switches, but there are fake ones. RPG instinct, yeah. Everything so far has been completely in line with what I expected, which means that... There's a panel with buttons that have letters written on them. Password of some kind apparently must be entered. That's... okay. Figured as much. Looks like my target this time is one of the toys our friends decided to spread around for fun. We just guessed the password. That's likely. I have guessed a password in a video game before, though. The Fool's Locket, huh? A forbidden artifact that lets the bearer pass all but the most obvious lies off as complete truth. Really not the kind of thing a shady weapons dealer should have in his possession. You know, couldn't you just be like, it wasn't me, and then they all believe him? Right? If that's the case, like he could just, they go in there and get him. It's like, oh, it wasn't me. He went that way. You gotta let me go after him. It's really important. Oh, okay, bye. What's going on here? What happened to the two who were on guard here? They were both fast asleep. Seems like whoever did it used a dart or spray of some kind. You think we're dealing with someone in the same business as us? We better keep him locked inside here until the party's over. We can give our report to Master Conrad after. What do you think the odds are that he's not acting alone? Judging by the security camera footage, I don't think it's that high. That said, there's a definite chance he's got some form of backup that just hasn't acted yet. I'd say we're better off marking all invited guests for the time being. We wouldn't want to let anyone slip through the sights. Ha 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 ha. Did you just laugh at us? Through the iron door? Something funny? Oh no, I just thought I should probably apologize for underestimating you. I'd written you all off as untrained Jaeger-Trabouts, but maybe you've got something going for you more than was giving you credit for. God, that was unnecessarily wordy. You got guts, I'll give you that. I got no idea how you came in to be here, but you should know that Master Conrad is not a merciful man. Don't think you're going to get out of this in one piece. You're in for such a world of pain, you wish you'd killed yourself while you had the chance. Well, doesn't that sound like fun? Sadly for you, I've already got my next date lined up, so I won't be able to take you up on that. Oh yeah, I probably should have said this earlier. You really might want to step back from that door, like a lot. What just happened? No way! That door was designed to withstand a direct hit from an orbital cannon. Well, you guys have no idea how hard it is to hold back with that one. I'm not a huge fan of using it, but I mean, you don't give me much choice. It is Kevin. This is a joke, right? A priest? Yep, I'm legit and everything too. So if you're interested in making any confessions, I'd be happy to listen to them for extra cheap as a limited time offer. Why doesn't he just lie to them? He got the fool's locket. He could just be like, hey, the real culprit is in there. I just saw him. Oh, okay. You know, he trapped me in there and ran away. That's not even a super obvious lie. That's like pretty on the level. You guys would have a lot to confess. Because he literally just got the fool's locket and explained what it does, and then they don't take advantage of that? That was a perfect opportunity to see it in action. Don't lend an ear to him. Let's do this. Yeah, let's kill them instead. I was hoping for more of a what you charge people kind of reaction. Oh well, I guess I don't mind cutting to the chase this time. Come get some. Okay, same menu. Looks like same system, same arts, same everything. That's unfortunate. This costs 80 now? Same exact spell effects, same exact spell system. At least the menu icons are a little bit different.
All right, what's next?
Music's different, the victory jingle's different, so there's that. So basically the only thing that seems different so far is the music. And that's it. Everything else is exactly the same. Hopefully the systems are a little bit different too. He's a Grey Old Knight. Heard rumors about them, but damn. And curious as I am, I'm probably better off not asking about what kind of rumors you've heard. Don't worry though, I'm only here for your client. I think what happens is anybody not level 90 probably gets bumped up to level 90. Hopefully the level cap is higher than 99 though, so you actually get something, because we ended at 91. So you go ahead and have a nice long nap on the floor, okay? You'll still live to see tomorrow. Kind of a monster. You did from 1 to 2, you did, yeah. Okay, I've got what I came for, now to get back to the party and wrap this job up. Sucks I have to go with taking that lady up on her offer, though. She was looking pretty darn fine, and it was obvious her husband wasn't giving her enough squeeze. Then again, I shouldn't go playing with fire too much, huh? Oh, I have my Orbermans now. Well, I don't have any of my quartz imported. None of that is imported. Unless I won't get it until I get on to Joshua's side of things. I really hope they improve the portrait art in later games. Strength and defense are very low for level 90. Maybe they did a stat squish.
All right, what's next? All right, what's next?
Might have to check the control scheme on Steam later tonight to make sure that I actually do have a run button if there is one.
Still a ways to go.
What's up, Tex? We just know it's you because we came out and saw you, so it's you. You're the one, yeah. Darn, I don't have enough for Titanic.
Take that!
Howlard, how's it going? Rip.
Take that!
This is just gonna have to take a long time to do regardless, just because I ran out of MP.
Take that! Take that!
I just don't want to have to like waste my time going and cleansing my blind, you know? Oh man, I actually thought I would gain a level there, actually. Yeah, the final chapter was like 10 hours long. Just really unnecessarily long. Well, crap. In the name of the Jaegers, we won't let you go any further. So you really are an active Jaeger Corps, and a pretty famous one to boot. Still, I get stuff's pretty rough going in your country and all, but I couldn't just ask you to just, I don't know, step aside. How dare you? What do you know about the hardships endured by our people? We won't allow ourselves to be shamed with defeat here, not as long as we suffer. Should have known. Okay then, I'll come at you with all I got. There's my level up. Oh, what is all this commotion? We believe there is an intruder, sir, and a competent one at that. An intruder? And just what do you think I paid good Mira to hire you for? I don't care if he's alive or full of holes, get rid of him! Oh, getting me dead or alive is too much to ask of these guys. Who the hell are you? Wait, a priest? No. Yeah, I figured with something like this in your possession, you'd at least have heard of us. How dare you? Give that back, that's mine! Well, it actually wasn't in his possession. Wouldn't you need to have it on your person for it to work? You know? Wrong answer. This belongs to the goddess, and it needs to be rightfully returned to her. It's not something mere mortals like you should be keeping for themselves. Kill him and get me back my locket now! Wait, did the last game have guns? I guess it did, didn't it? Right? Ugh. No, not really. I mean, like, yes and no. He's kind of the elite. He can sort of bend the rules a little bit. Like, nobody's supposed to own and use these artifacts, but like, because he's a Grail Knight, he's kind of on a tier above everybody else, where like he can break an artifact, he can use an artifact, he can do whatever he needs to get the artifacts back, so long as he doesn't keep the artifacts for himself and brings them back to the church. In fact, in the last game, he confiscated an artifact and then used it against a tank that we were fighting in order to like make it possible to fight it. So it's kind of like he's like James Bond, where like he's there to do the things, but if he needs to bend the rules a little bit, he's gonna do that. So the fact that he didn't just use it to get out without violence is stupid. Like, violence is more discouraged than like using the artifact to get out of there, you know? Herman Conrad, in accordance with the laws of the church and in the name of Idios, I am placing you under arrest. That's a scary sentence. I just want to let you know how scary that is. Like, that is actually a terrifying sentence, and you should not be viewing Kevin as the good guy with a sentence like that. In accordance with the laws of the church? I'm sorry, what? maybe Kevin is the bad guy. You stand charged with the unauthorized possession of and illegal use of an artifact. Don't think you can get away with this. You might be with the church, but I'm a Rhineford director if you lay a hand on me. Oh, don't you worry. We cleared this with the big guy already. I'm sure you've got a pretty good idea of just how recklessly you've been acting with this thing, right? You've been causing a whole lot of trouble for a whole lot of people, you know. Guys like you have a habit of making themselves no shortage of enemies, and you've done a stellar job of that. So just accept that your luck's run out and come quietly, Kate? No! My insides. You just couldn't make this easy for me, could you? So much for this being a piece of cake. Catching guys like this alive is more like trying to sneak off with the whole damn thing. Stop right there! He's obviously gonna go out the window. Why, you pulled out all the stops for just little old me? Now I get why you guys are so popular. That's some quick work, getting all dolled up and ready to take me down. You might have had your way before, but that's not how it's gonna go this time. And just so you know, there's an entire company of us on the ship. Even if you have a hostage you can use against us, you've got nowhere to run. We're all lucky boys and girls today, huh? But what are you talking about? If this idiot here had been branded a heretic, I would have had a hunt each and every one of you down to the last member. What's up with this guy? Well, don't let it get to you. Keep up the good work for your homeland or whatever. Just don't go giving us any reason to slaughter you in the process. What? He went through the window? It was almost like they were foreshadowing it when they talked about him throwing himself out the window. Okay, he would still die. Those Grail Knights are monsters. That was quite a splendid show, but our tale is only just beginning, Kevin Graham. After all, I have only just awoken. Anime intro! At least this prologue wasn't 5 hours long. It was correctly just about, hour long. Actually, about a half hour long. This is the most anime song ever in the history of anime and video games. It's exactly the same as every anime opening. You ever hear the comment that like every anime opening is the same? It's actually true. Like, it's actually true. 90% of anime openings are exactly the same. And it's not just because they do the same, like, panning over characters with some vague imagery about the thing. The music is the same progression every single time because it's a catchy style of music or whatever. I forget the terminology, but basically, there's a video on YouTube that talks about it, and they go into great detail about how it's like anime openings are literally the same. It's not necessarily Japanese rock music. I mean, in fact, all music is popular in, like, just all areas, you know? Not just Japan. It's just, like, music is mathematical, mostly, and there are certain, like, chord progressions and like, tempos and things that they just click with people, and they set the stage for a tone, you know, and they're also easier to make music for, and it's like a guaranteed catchy thing that will just work. There's all sorts of reasons. Congratulations on completing your operation, sir. My thoughts exactly. That seemed like to be a rather easy one for you in the end, too. Compared to what they're usually like, it was. If I had a bit more time, I would have enjoyed some private time with a real gem of a woman, too, but I'll have to say I'll settle for crying myself to sleep tonight. Are you trying to guilt one of these ladies? Not this again. Unless you want another earful from the commander, you might want to start taking your work more seriously. I know. Lighten up a little, huh? I swear I'll never get how you hard-headed types ended up assigned to a slacker like me. This may come as a shock, but you are a Dominion, you know. We can't very well have you acting alone without any form of backup. As long as you're here and this ship is under your command, then slacker or not, we're here too. Even when you've got a lot less squires in your service than you should have. Maybe you should take this chance to gather up a few more. I think I'm gonna have to pass. That'll just make it harder for me to work on my own. I thought you'd say that. We'd prefer if you would actually trust us to help you a little more, sir. I mean, all we could do in that salt pail operation was transport the thing. You say that as if transporting it isn't a huge responsibility in itself. After all, the last thing we wanted was him catching wind of it and becoming wary of us. Something wrong? No, not a thing. Anyway, as per the usual plan, we need to get ourselves back to Arteria ASAP. We should be able to reach there by noon tomorrow, or today now, I guess. Where's it from? Arteria, apparently. It's a call from the commander's cell, Nate. Oh, you are kidding me. Getting a call from her right after a mission is always a bad sign. Let's get this over with. Put her through. Really going to use the same exact TV arm animation from the other ship? This isn't even the same ship. Come on. Evening, Kevin. It sounds like you did well. Fill me in on the details. Basically went without issue. The artifact was the Fool's Locket. There were signs of society involvement, but it looks like they've cut any ties with him a long time ago. I see. As I thought then. Good work all around. I'd say you deserve a well-earned rest, but unfortunately I can't grant you one right now. And here we go. Something the matter? Oh, I'm just dandy. Please continue. Well then, as much as I hate to spring this on you immediately after finishing one mission, I've got something I'd like you to do for me. Regarding a heretic, I assume? Not this time. All I want you to do is pick something up. The object in question is currently being held underneath Grand Cell Cathedral. Grand Cell? Do you think this object may be somehow related to the Oriel? It's a distinct possibility. Can I count on you to handle this? Alright, that said, we've already got one artifact on this ship that needs transporting back, so I'll let the crew take that to Arteria. I'll handle going to Liberal on my own. That's fine with me. Oh, incidentally, you won't actually be alone. I've dispatched a rookie squire to aid you. They'll be serving you from now on, so do play nice, won't you? Wait a minute. Just 1 minute? You can't just bring a rookie on me out of nowhere like this. Meetings ordained by the goddess always come suddenly and unannounced. Don't worry, though. They won't be a burden. The abilities they demonstrated during training were truly something special. Well, I will be praying for your success. Yeah, is that going to be the main character that we'll have to start at low level and that will actually give us progression? Well, congratulations on the new recruit. We were only just saying you could do with more squires serving you. And I was so not down. I can't believe this. She never changes, I swear. Oh, if all the people reading that book had any idea what a hellion she is in real life. Oh, Cornelia? I've always wondered whether publishing it was really a good idea, to be honest. It's a complete advertisement saying we exist to the world. If anything, I'd say a book with that wild just serves to make people less likely to believe we really exist. And then the heroine died in it, which obviously is a big fat lie. If they'd actually met her, they'd know she's the kind of woman who can probably take a bullet to the head and ask for a cigarette first thing. I think we should probably refrain from commenting here. Anyway, you guys heard her. I'm gonna leave taking care of everything else relating to our mission to you guys. Just follow the money trail. There might still be hidden accounts we don't know about. Understood, sir. What will you be doing from here? We'll need to return to Arteria, obviously, but we can't drop you off somewhere. Or we can, or can't, whatever. What's up, No Name? You can put me down in any old state we pass on the way here. Preferably near a town that has an international flight going out of it, I guess. Oh, it looks like the sun started coming up. Whoa! That's it for a prologue? What? Huh? I'm confused. Shouldn't the prologue take all day? I don't. I'm confused. Same day afternoon. And this guy's a Midwestern Zemuria, roughly 500 south from Libero. From, not east, west, north, south, just from. You gonna stop taking pictures? Like, that's a lot of pictures. Aw, they're gone out of sight now. Wonder if they're busy migrating. It looks like they can't keep up with the ship, though. Guess not every bird can be as fast as Sieg, but they were just the cutest. But look who it is. What's Selg? Like meters or kilometers or something like that. I know you. It really is you. Long time no see, Dorothy. I sure wasn't expecting to run into you here. Funny coincidence, huh? It really is. It's good to see you again, too, Father? You don't remember my name, do you? Don't be silly. Of course I do. It's, Oh, I remember. It's Onion Graham. What? I think that's a poor localization thing. But of course, how lucky I am to have been named after such a multi-purpose plant. That's not even a name, Dorothy. You really did forget, didn't you? And yet you somehow managed to remember my last name like it was nothing. I was just being silly. A couple of days ago, I had this amazing onion hot pot over at Eastern Quarter in Calvard. So I've got onions on the brain. Couldn't believe a hot pot with just onions in it could taste that good, but I swear it did. It was so comforting and sweet. So that's how I ended up saying onion instead of your name. Well, whatever. So if you insist, you haven't forgotten what is my name then. Oh, if you insist you haven't forgotten, what is my name then? I do insist, I'd never forget. It's lovely to see you again, Jasmine Graham. But of course, how lucky I am to have been named after such a fragrant plant. That might be an actual name this time, but it's a woman's name. Oh, I see. You're here to carry out a follow-up investigation on all the whole trouble that happened earlier in the year? That's about the gist, yeah. Come to think of it, how'd you end up on an international liner like this? You said you were in the Eastern Quarter, right? Were you there to write about it for the Liberal News? Yep, Niall actually let me go on my own this time. Wow, that was daring of him. I'm not sure I'd want to let you handle traveling abroad for a report alone. Then again, it's only by taking on positions of responsibility that people can properly grow. Oh, I'm doing that plenty of that. I mean, I wasn't sure what I'd do when I ended up in Calvert instead of Bowes Market, but I managed just fine. Wait a second. Niall told you to go to Bowes, not Calvert? He sure did, but then I got an airship, fell asleep, and before I knew it, I was chilling out in Calvert's capital. Weird, huh? Sounds like you got on the wrong airship to me. Let my brain catch up. So you were in the Republic for literally days when you weren't even supposed to be there at all? Did you even have enough money to manage? Oh, Idios help us a passport? Well, fortunately, there was someone from the Liberon embassy at the airport who could issue me a temporary passport, so that was okay. And then tons of people were really nice to me and helped me while I was there, so I had all the dough a girl could ask for. I don't even know where to start. Niall must be worried sick about you, huh? Her superpower is luck. Because if she didn't have that superpower, she'd have been dead years ago. You think? He didn't sound so hot when I called him yesterday to say I'd been coming back to the office today. I keep telling him that all that smoking is bad for him, but he never listens. I don't think you can pin the crime on tobacco this time, Missy. I don't even know what they're talking about. Thank you all for taking this journey abroad to Greta today. We will be arriving on our terminal Grancel City in roughly 30 minutes. We ask that you take this chance to check that you have all of your belongings with you and to return to your seats before we begin our landing. Until then, please enjoy the remainder of your flight. Sounds like we're almost there. I'm gonna have a walk around the ship to kill some of the last half hour. How about you? I'm not so sure. I suppose I might as well go and snap some more photos. It's not often I get to take an international liner like this. Sounds like a plan. See you later then. I can actually manage his equipment. This is just Trails 1 track. I'm definitely going to be a little bummed if the entire game takes place in the same areas and we just go repeating through it all over and over again. Well, that's pretty much everybody. I guess I could talk to the captain. Why do you make me do this? Yep. That's exactly what it is. I just didn't talk to the mother there or something. These games so far have, like, how do I explain it? They've managed to impart the joy of flying into a video game. And what I mean by that is, like, the painstaking effort of going through the metal detector and taking off your shoes and opening your bags and waiting and sitting in a lobby waiting for your row to be called, and then sitting on a plane and just waiting until it's over and being uncomfortable and having your knees being jammed up against the seat in front of you and having somebody else's knees jammed into the seat behind you, being stuffed in like sardines and getting a fucking garbage bag of, you know, 5 crackers to tide you over for a 5-hour flight. And it just really manages to capture the essence of that in this game. You know? So lovely to be back here again. The Republic was a wonderful place too, but you can't beat the air here in the barrel. You wouldn't believe all that stuff happened half a year ago looking at Grand Cell now either. It's all completely back to normal. People here sure are strong for what's usually such a peaceful country. Well, it's a country ruled by a queen. Everyone knows women are tough in the face of adversity. I'm not sure whether you're a perfect example of that or the opposite, but you're right about the air here, though. It is nice. Nostalgic, almost. Makes me feel a little homesick. Your home's in Arteria, right? The place with all the really big churches and stuff? Nah, I'm not actually from Arteria. Not many people are. It's actually pretty darn small, like, smaller than most states around the continent. It's basically the, what's that Pope capital place called? Vatican City. It's suggesting, it's basically being modeled after Vatican City. Is what they're suggesting here. It's where the high seat of the Septian Church is, so lots of pilgrims and clergymen gather there, but few are actually born there. Oh, really, huh? So where are you from, then? Dorothy! Oh, Niall, I'm home. Did you miss me? Did I miss you? Of course I missed you! What an Idaho's name have you been doing? I sent you to Bose. How'd you end up in Calvert? You were definitely on the westbound liner, I'm sure of it. I don't really know. Oh, wait, I might actually know. Go on then, spit it out. I bet I'm a sleepwalker. After I got on the right airship, I fell asleep and then sleepwalked onto the wrong one. To think that all this could turn out to be a part of an elaborate murder plot. Wee, all of a sudden I feel like I've walked right into a mystery novel. Sleepwalkers don't change airships, you idiot. I'm all out of breath now. Are you alright? Really do think you should cut down on your smoking. You're not as young as you used to be, you know? Alright, your 30th birthday was last Friday too, wasn't it? Happy birthday. I bought a cake over in Calvert and had a big celebration for it too. How is it you can remember useless crap like that and not the things that actually matter? Bet you were just looking for an excuse to eat cake all by yourself, weren't you? You should have seen it, Niall. It was made with Eastern matcha, so it was like unlike any cake I'd ever seen. That perfect blend of sweetness and bitterness was just sublime. I took lots and lots of cute pictures of it, so I'll show you them all later. You brought me pictures of a cake. At least bring me back a souvenir. Man, they almost felt like they could go into business as a comedy duo and actually make money off of it. But they're even more of a crack up now. Wait a second. Nice to see you again, Niall. You're looking same old, though. Maybe you're not as happy about that. What are you doing here? Please tell me she didn't end up going to Arteria and causing trouble there, too. Your wish is my command. What? We just ran into one another on that airship by total coincidence, after all. Oh, good. You had me worried for a minute. I was scared stiff she'd gone and smashed up some super expensive stained glass windows in the cathedral there, or who knows what. I'm so sorry for what you have to put up with. Pshaw, you're too worried. You're too much of a worrywart. Whose fault do you think that is? Still, it's good to see you again, Father. What brings you to the barrel? Something else happen here? Oh, just a bit of work-related business I gotta take care of. It's not part of any major investigation, so don't go getting your hopes up. Nothing of interest is gonna happen. I'll be the judge of that. Anyway, so what are you staying for the time? Where are you staying for the time being? Grand Cell Cathedral? I'll have to drop by and say hi sometime when I get a chance. Go for it. In the meantime, I'm dragging your butt right back to the office, Dorothy. You're gonna tell me all about what the hell you've been doing for the past 2 weeks. You betcha. I snapped photos of every meal I had while I was over in Calvard, so I'm sure if we develop them, we'll be able to remember everything. I'm not talking about your gourmet report. Seeing those two really makes it sink in that I'm back here. Thinking about it, I wonder how all the others are doing. I know Estelle and Joshua are abroad for the moment, but got no idea what the others are up to. Is that you, Father Graham? Lieutenant Colonel Sid. It's good to see you again. I'm pleased to see you've been keeping well since we last met at the banquet. Same to you, sir. Gotta say, I wasn't expecting to be the army representative who came to meet me, though. I figured it'd be Julia. It may have been, but she's currently out on another mission, so unfortunately you'll have to make do with me. I didn't have anything better to do, so I came in her place. There's no need to be modest. Little Bird told me that you're gonna be promoted to full-on colonel soon, aren't you? I shouldn't be surprised that your people have such a good information network, but I still am. Hey. Still, I'm afraid I still feel a position is too much responsibility for me as I am. Brigadier General Bright still has plenty of work left in him, too. I wouldn't want to take any of it away from him. Poor Cassius is still getting work to the bone, huh? Anyway, getting down to business, it's in Grand Cell Cathedral, right? That's correct. It's been being kept underneath it. It's being kept underneath it, to be more specific, although I imagine you're already aware of that much. I hear laymen like myself can't even enter it without the knight's permission. Trails of pique, huh? Pique what? Pique boredom from all this dialogue? Oh, boom, got him. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Young Blood, for 64 months of sub, and appreciate that. Thank you. Pretty much. It's a special place, you see? I'll fill you in on the details when we get there. All right, then. Well, we may as well head there right away. There's someone I want you to meet at the cathedral. Huh? Who? Let's just say someone who's been assisting me with the case. They'll be appraising you of the details on what you're dealing with here. What do you, Ginger? Hold on, Ginger. Hold on, Ginger. Ginger. Okay, come here. Come on. Oh, there you are. It's good to see you again, Archbishop. You look very well. And you must be... I wasn't expecting you to be quite this young. How old are you? 22, but it's a lot younger than I expected. Are the Grail Knights really so short-staffed that they're handing out the most important jobs to kids? And I find it hilarious that they refer to 22-year-olds as kids in this game, and Joshua and Estelle are like treated as if they're, you know, genius adults that have long, rich history of being adults at 15. So... You can't blame me for assuming the Fifth Dominion would look like more of a veteran, can you? Oh, your surprise is written all over your face. Someone in your position should have a much better poker face than that. Maybe you need to redo your training from scratch. Or are you just acting, I wonder? How do you... Professor Russell, please. He isn't here for you to try and pick a fight with him. Please try to be a little less deliberately provocative. Hell no. He's here to steal the thing we went through so much effort to bring up, and you want me to play nice? And kindly don't call me that ever again. I don't want to be addressed in the same way as that old coot. Of course, ma'am. Wait, Russell? Then you are... I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm Erica Russell. I'm sure it's not a name you're going to be forgetting anytime soon. Still, I sure didn't expect to run into little Tita's mother here. This is an unnecessarily long stairway down in a very, 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 very open room. By the way, digging stuff is very difficult. So digging, like, there's a reason why most underground tunnels and stuff are really, really narrow and short, because moving this much earth underneath is a tremendous effort, not to mention without anything holding it up, like a lot of pillars holding it up, this thing would have a really easy chance of caving in, especially without some really, really fancy technology. But whatever. I still didn't expect you to run into little Tita's mother here. I heard you and your husband were both living abroad. What brought you back? What do you think? After all we went down here, there was no other way I was staying out of the country any longer than I had to. Though with how remote the region we is in, it was all over by the time the word reached us. Had we found out sooner, I sure wouldn't have let that maniac pull half the crap he did. Doesn't sound like you're too happy with the professor nowadays, huh? Talk about an understatement. How's it going? That whack job actually took my little girl to the floating city with him? I get that he's soft towards her, but that's no excuse for exposing her to danger. That's fair. And as if that isn't bad enough, he'd let that redhead scumbag get near her too. That utter cretin isn't fit to be within 50 arg of my darling Tita, never mind actually getting friendly with her. You don't like Agate then? Don't you speak that filthy name in front of me ever again. Oh, when I'm finished with him, he'll wish he'd never been born. He might have survived that last onslaught, but we'll see how he fares against an even more powerful unit, won't we? What's he got against Agate? But she really wears all of her problems in history right on her sleeve, just right out there, just out with everything. I get this feeling this is a matter we'd better off not prying into. I thought the same, so I don't know any more about it than you. What's up, Dragon? Incidentally, the Professor Russell you're more familiar with is currently vacationing abroad. As such, she has been assisting us with this case in his place. Are you two listening at all? Of course. Well, whatever. The staircase sure is long, though. How much further do we have to go? Not much, as far as I know. It's like a whole ass hike, man. Yep, there we go. A dead end? I hope you've got a good explanation for this. I do. This isn't a dead end, but to go any further, I'm going to need you to undertake a ritual of sorts for me. Well, this certainly took a turn for the strange. Is this an example of the church's famous thaumaturgy? Something like that, yeah. Specifically, I would like you to undertake a form of suggestion. I'm not sure I follow. You want us to promise not to tell anyone what we see here, right? That's a little extreme, so no. The Colonel is obviously going to need to report what happened here to his superiors, for one thing. All I want you to promise is that you won't tell anyone who you aren't certain... Wait. All I want you to promise is that you won't tell anyone who you aren't certain you can trust? I don't need to say it, I just need you to think and believe it. Weird, but alright. If that's all you want us to do, so be it. I feel the same way. Should we deliberately repeat it in our minds then? You don't even need to do that. It should just come completely natural to you. All right, here goes. In the name of she who dwells above, do I hold this consecrated septium. Space is golden glow, consciousness silver glow. By your opposing natures revealed to them the path that leads to their sacrament. How did that door appear? Thank you both for your assistance. I can see that you were true to your word. Ah, I see. So if we just said it, but didn't really mean it, we wouldn't be able to see anything, right? And yet I can hardly believe what happened. I imagine it would be uncouth of me to ask how all this works. Yeah, I'd really rather you didn't. Anyway, come on in. Another unnecessarily, absolutely ridiculously large room, deep underground that would take such a tremendous amount of work to make. And they always just gloss over that concept in RPGs like this, where it's just like this massive hall, you know, miles deep in the earth. I mean, think about like what you would need to do to dig that hole, let alone like have it support and not cave in. It's just... It's just unreasonable, you know? At least with Xenogears, you had, like, mechs and future tech and stuff, you know? And it's like, it's one thing if you're being oohed and awed by it because, like, they're pointing out the unlikely nature of digging the cavity like this, but they're just kind of, like, pawning it off like it's just normal underground tunnel stuff, you know? All these years, I had no idea that such a place lay hidden beneath Gransale Cathedral. Well, it's not exactly something we publicize. It was built in accordance with the agreements between the church and the royal family. It has but one purpose, to suppress the power of ancient artifacts and keep their influence in check. And yet somehow the power of an ancient artifact completely turned the entire continent, you know, into chaos. Why did a hype train just start? What the hell? A hype train just started again. Dude, hype trains are so bugged. What is going on? I really need to check my settings to see if something's going on there, but like even at the lowest tier settings, a hype train should just not just randomly start. Oh. Thank you, Adamantis, for 5 sub gifts. Appreciate that. Gonna make something out of it, I guess. Thank you, Adamantis, for the 5 sub gives. I don't know why hype trains are doing that. I wonder if there's a reason. Matthews, thank you for the 200 bits. It's got to be like a bug. There's no way that they would just start without a reason for it doing that, you know? Gimme! Is there any conductors? You know, and like, that's what it is? It's not a bug, it's a surprise mechanic? Since when? I mean, I never heard anything about that. No Name, thank you for the 111 bits. Thank you. Okay, well, I mean, I appreciate any support being given and people taking advantage of the hype train, but I don't like surprise hype train because it just feels like, I don't know. I like hype trains being special. It kind of feels like, hey, you want to have a hype train now. Also, a hype train, by definition, is something that has occurred, and thus a hype train starts, not just like, you know, made randomly because someone says, hey, hype train. I don't know. It's a little weird. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I do appreciate the support. Thank you, everyone. Oh, Kamen Rider, thank you for the 100 bids. Thank you. Thank you, Tiger, for the 100 bits. It's the Phantom Train. Oh, where's Saban? We need to suplex this train. If it's the Phantom Train, we need a Phoenix down and to suplex it. I see. It's important to you, Grail Knights. Mr. J, thank you for 69 bits. Just so you know, if you actually wanted an emote from the hype train, it has to be a cheer of at least 100 bits or a sub gift. So I do appreciate the cheer, don't get me wrong. But if you were hoping to get an emote from that, that's not gonna work that way, just so you know. Just so you know. The minimum should have been changed back to one bit, by the way, for cheer. By the way, I know I had it for 69 minimum during the fiesta, but should be back to normal. The importance to the Grail Knights is quite clear then. I'd assume there are similar ones in places other than Liberl too. Well, I won't deny it. Anyway, we can call this place a primal ground. Now there's a deep name if I ever heard one. Is the original ground the others are based on in Arteria? I'll take that as a yes. Oh, I'm not confirming anything. I was just thinking about how much you'd take after the other Professor Russell is all. Oh, thank you not to associate me with him. He might trump me a little with the theoretical side of things, but when it comes to the practical side of orbital science, I could beat him in my sleep. Suplex the Phantom Trade! Yes, on top. Thank you for the 100 bits. And I was the one who designed the fundamental system of the Capel and RCL, you know. Really nice, but I think we're getting off topic here. Wow, the game actually checking itself? This is the object in question, right? That's correct. It was pulled up 3 days ago from the area where the Liber Arc sank, and we believe it to be an artifact. 3 days prior, Revelate at the center of Valeria Lake. Wouldn't that be pretty deep, though? Where the Liber Arc sank. I guess the government would issue a lot of salvaging at that point. I mean, the things that you could pull up from that would be incredible. Damn, sun going down already, huh? This spot turns out to be a bust. We're probably gonna have to call it quits for today. We can only hope. Professor Russell is certain that this is the area where we should be looking. Yep, and if she says it's here, then it's here. Fortunately, as you know, Valeria's Lake about as deep as a lake can get. See? Depending on how small the things we're looking for is, actually finding it could be a real task and a half. It's unlikely to be small, though. The orbital readings suggested we're dealing with quite a large object, I believe. Hey, thank you for all the support. I appreciate you all just like popping it with a little support there, despite the impromptu hype train there. So we're spilling the tea now. Oh, I wouldn't judge its size based off of those. Ah, Professor. Hey there, kiddo. Finished getting us a new estimated location? Just about. It'd be real swell if you knocked it off with the kiddo, though. I'm not sure it's the most appropriate way to address a married woman, much less one who's already popped out a child. That's one way to say it. Sorry, old habits die hard, you know? Hard to make the switch when I've been calling you that since you were about knee-high. Ah, well, I'll let you off this time. Back to work. Can you ask your subordinates to stand down for the time being, Colonel? Is this the spot then? Were you able to calculate exactly where the object is? Give or take an arc, yeah, judging by the readings, what we're trying to pull up isn't all that big either. Probably about 50 reg, maybe even less. You serious? Thought we'd be dealing with a real monster, not something the size of Antoine. Nyan? Still, if it does turn out to be an artifact, this could be problematic. Unfortunately, the church isn't going to want to let us keep it, that's for sure. I just finished Sky Second Chapter last night. It was alright. Everything was nice except for the story. I really cannot stand them. No matter how hard you work to get your hands on something, the second it turns out to be an artifact, they swoop in like it's the goddess-given right to have it all. Ticks me off. Hey, easy there. We don't know for sure this is even an artifact yet. Regardless, I'll pass on the message to my subordinates right away. I'll leave the rest here to you, Gustav. You got it. Let's see what we're dealing with, yeah? Okay, that's the spot. Go on ahead. Yes, ma'am. Beginning the salvage operation. sound just fills me with dread. Does a salvage crane sound like it's in poor condition to you? Oh, that's not really what I meant. I just can't bring myself to like artifacts, you see? We can explain how they have the power they do, but they have it. We can't explain how they have the power they do, but they have it. And it's not something we can ignore either. As a researcher, I can barely imagine anything more frustrating. Even when we can't help but be captivated by them, we're all aware that any attempt to solve their mysteries is pointless. I see, when you put it that way, I can understand to a degree how you must feel. Half a year has passed since all the chaos came to an end, and on the surface, we're back to normal, but even now, we still don't know what truly happened here or what it signified. Yeah, not that I was here to see it all happen, of course. Crane arm reached the bottom of the lake. I'm going to attempt to grip the object. Swing and a miss. Moving 30 reg to the right. Huh, there we go. Yep, we got it. Want me to pull it up? Please do. The moment of truth, huh? Here we go. What? Oh my. Looks like the pot of greed, but silver. Yeah, how does a story even gonna have a story without Joshua just matter-of-factly, weirdly knowing everything to the most intimate of details? I don't think this game could exist like that, so. Still looking at it. So, I mean, look, I'm all for, you know, like a better, more intimate storytelling and everything, and I appreciate that they put some effort into, you know, detailing some scenes and stuff, but there's this like concept of like editing yourself, you know what I mean? That whole salvage scene, what was the purpose of it? We know that they salvaged it. Like, that's it. We don't need like a whole scene. If you wanna impress me with better like scenario writing, make the scenes that actually matter pop more and give more detail there instead of just like forcing out a salvage scene. It just doesn't make any sense. There wasn't anything that happened in it. It was just like, here, look, I'm moving a crane. I dropped the crane, and then I lifted the crane, and we had a bunch of small talk for no reason that didn't actually pose any questions or give any answers. It just was banter, small talk. There were all readings coming from the artifact when we found it, but not anymore. And I'm sure I don't need to spell out the significance of that, do I? No, it's plain as day why you decided to stay and wait for me now. If an artifact has lost its power, it's exempt from the traditional agreements governing them and doesn't need to be given to the church. That it? Huh, you already understand me so well. We can cut right to the chase then. They could have just had the line in this scene. They didn't need to cut away to the salvage scene, you know? The orbital readings disappeared just before we handed the artifact over to the cathedral, as it so happens. It's currently being looked after here, but the formal procedures to transfer ownership have yet to be completed, making its legal owner unclear. So in your expert opinion, what should be done here? This is a tricky one. I'm assuming Libera wants to assert ownership of it in this scenario. If anything, it's the professor here who wants to do that. I'm merely here accompanying her as a representative of the Royal Army. It would be absolutely brain-dead stupid for a government's military to just be like, we don't care who gets the artifact. You know, if like we could actually legally have it, I don't care. Yeah, you can go ahead and take it. Like any military is gonna be like, no, this is gonna remain with us, either for the purpose of sealing it off, or to potentially use as a weapon or as a defense mechanism, whatever. They would not just be like, we don't care. The only reason I'm not lying at the bottom of the Valeria Lake right now is because the ZFC's salvage efforts. I'd say we have every right to keep it personally. From what I've read, it's completely impossible to analyze an artifact that's no longer active. I don't see how it'll be any use to your research as things stand now, but you're sure you want it that badly? Oh, absolutely. We're talking about an object found at the site of where a massive flying city used to be. I might not have seen it happen, but it sounds like everything we thought we knew about the world was more or less proven wrong. You know, by the truth that you people in the church have kept hidden for the past, 1,000 years. As for the Ouroboros group, they don't make much more sense than you guys. The more I hear about their advances in technology, the less I can work out how it's even possible. I don't even know what the truth is or what's really happening here in this land. But I can't stand by and feign disinterest in knowing the answers anymore, and I'm far from alone. So long as there's a slightest chance that Artifact could shed some light on all of this, I want to know. I want it. I think you've made your point, Professor. It's not as though interrogating him will achieve anything. True enough. Well, you've heard what I got to say. It's up to you to tell me what you're gonna do. Will you hand over that lump of metal, or won't you? Well, that brief hesitation was all it took to spawn a great evil. Huh? Who is she? No way. It crawled through the fields, ran above the hills, and spread disaster in the skies above. An excerpt from the Book of Ezer, verse 2, Disaster Unleashed. We're doing Loveless now. I apologize for the delay in coming, Father Graham. My name is Reese Argent, and I am a squire of the Gralsritter, Grail Knights. I look forward to working under you. I bet she does. You didn't think we'd end up having more company? Wait a second. Is something the matter? So that's how they think they can get me, is it? But they can't just bribe me so easily. I'm better than that. Maybe I'm underestimating the Grailsritter. They think they can break my will to fight by sending a girl like you my way, do they? But I'm not gonna back. I'm not going down so easily because I've got a secret weapon of my own. Behold the most powerful force in the universe! That's Tita, isn't it? How cute. Isn't she? Isn't she? I bet you just want to jump into this photo and squeeze her like a stuffed toy right now, don't you? I should have known a cutie patootie like you would be able to appreciate the same qualities in others. The secret weapon of a picture of your cute daughter. Anyway, that's why no matter how fickle or frickin' adorable you may happen to be, you can't take me down because I've got a natural immunity. I beg your pardon, but I'm afraid I'm not really following. You keep saying that someone is cute, but are you referring to me? Who else would I be talking about? You've got such an aura of maturity about you, yet your features still have that irresistible trace of innocence to them. It's starting to get creepy. I need you to stop. Just because you wrote a woman saying that does not make it any less creepy. And then they throw you into the sister's habit to compliment it all like a little cherry on top. That's the most flattering habit I've ever seen. If I didn't have my protective field, I'd be in real danger here. Okay, why are you looking at me like that? I'm just saying. Might I inquire as to the identities of the people with you, Father Graham? Sure, the lady is Professor Erica Russell of ZFC, while the gentleman is Lieutenant Colonel Sid of the Royal Army. Seriously though, Father Graham, really? So you're the people who initially discovered the artifact. Thank you for your cooperation and your work. We will take over looking after it from here on out. That will be all. Wait a... What? Oh, hold on a minute, we haven't finished deciding what to do with it yet. Perhaps not, but my intention was to save you the time and effort required to do so by making the correct judgment myself. Whether it has lost its power or not, that is no ordinary artifact. It is potentially related to one of the Septarians. I'm surprised that you even humored the option of letting an outsider take custody of it. Well, you sure know how to pick a fight. Go on then, what legal basis do you have for taking it from us? The agreements with the church are quite clearly say that artifacts that have lost their power are exempt from the usual rules. I have no legal basis, but you have no more of one for keeping it. If we are following the agreements to the letter, no one is allowed to assert ownership of inactive artifacts. It belongs to neither you nor me. It is simply an abandoned object with no owner whatsoever. But then you found it, and that makes it yours. If no one has claimed ownership of it, and you pick up something, it is yours. If it is in a public space, and nobody has it in their possession, it is now yours. That's how ownership works. It's like if you go out in the middle of the desert, and you just like find a, I don't know, a pencil. It's now your pencil. It's yours. You can have it if you want it. You can leave it there and wait for somebody else to grab it. But if you grab it, it's yours. That's how ownership works. Do you know? Unless, of course, the property is owned by somebody, in which case it's owned by the person that owns the property. What? So all you got is I don't need a reason, it's mine and that's final? To put it bluntly, yes. Okay, then I don't need a reason and it's mine. So there. Oh, well, if that's how you want to play it. What's your take on this, Father Graham? Well, by all means. Me? I thought I'd been kicked out of this conversation, but, well, I can't say I don't want to take it back to Arteria with us. But after all the help Libero's given us, I'd feel kind of bad just snatching it from them without even giving them a valid reason. Both are arguments of a degree of merit, but neither is clearly more correct. I'm not quite sure how you'll solve this one. It's very easy. She had the salvage operation, paid for all of that, and acquired it. It's hers by every definition of the law. Of course, like the law that we would understand, and since this is based loosely after our own law, aside from a few injections of like, the church and the current government, it's a minor part of it. Everything else is generally the same. Adamantis has redeemed 200,000 channel points to give the kitties treats. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, it's like she was waiting outside for me to do this. Like, immediately she came over. Yeah. I hear you. Kitties want treats? Kitties! Cecil's behind me. He's actually eating some. Oh, here comes the vacuum cleaners. Yeah, there's one more off camera that you can't see, because he's kind of shy when it comes to this stuff. Alright, that's all you get. She is getting way more than she should. She got way too many. I wouldn't be surprised if she gets a little sick. Yeah, I saw it, yeah. No, nothing major. Raven is getting big. She stopped growing a long time ago. That's just the way, that's the size she's always gonna be. Yeah, that's Ginger over there. That you can see on the right. That's what he does. He more like jumps up on my lap and he'll just like plop against my chest and just be like, I am here. That means you understand that I am demanding your attention. This attention is because I want food. I like how I just plopped Coconut on the floor and he just stays there. He's like, okay, I guess I'm laying here. See, Ginger might be orange, but he's not an orange cat. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't have that orange cat energy. Hi. What? What you looking at me for? What do you call cats that are multicolor? Well, it depends on what color. I mean, there are calicos, which are black, orange, and white. There are tortoiseshell, which are brown, gray, and orange? Tortoiseshell. Tortoiseshell is, no, black, orange, and I forget. I don't know, but it depends on the breed. Like, Ginger and Coconut here, like he has streaks of orange, and he's orange with streaks of white. They're called a Turkish Van. That's their breed. But it really depends on the cat. Tabbies are multicolored. By definition, a tabby is multicolored. Chi, if I'm not mistaken, has at least a little bit of gray tabby. Yeah, tabby is basically like the traditional cat. Like if you see generic cat, it's usually tabby. Which is like, it's a certain pattern, you know? That's where the orange cat energy comes from, is tabbies. Wow, he's looking right up at you guys. Really? Coconut? I'm like, there you go. Trying to get him to look at you again. He's just such a derp. You can see he's a little cross-eyed. Tit. I went to pull my arm back to pet him some more, and he turned his face right into my hand and went plop. What? Here comes Chi. All right. Thank you for giving the kitties treats. You do know that you're smack dab in the middle of this too, right? Whoa. Something happened. Hi. What is it? Why do you both look so surprised? What do you mean, why? Did the two of you not hear that? Hear what? Wait, oh. Well, I guess that answers this question of whether or not the artifact had lost its power or not. Thank you, Cat, for the 11 months subbing. Wow. Oh, no way. This thing wasn't giving off any orbital readings at all anymore. 0 zip. Why is it suddenly active again? I believe that settles our dispute. It sure does. So the real artifact was inside, huh? Never seen one quite like it. Looks like a box of some kind, or a cube, maybe? Those are the same things. Oh. I'd like to thank you two for your cooperation in the recovery of this artifact. In accordance with the pacts of the church, I, Kevin Graham, will be assuming custody of it from here on out. You and all who aided you have the Septian Church's deepest appreciation. Oh, I thought we were never gonna escape. Erica sure doesn't know when to quit. That's a kind way of putting it. Couldn't believe that I was hearing right at what I was hearing right at the end, though. Just as I thought she'd maxed out her crazy talk, to Spear she goes and shouts, "Well, if you're going to be taking that, then I'll be taking her." I thought Annalise was a one-of-a-kind cuteness freak, but she might actually have some stiff competition. Oh, she's a girl I met while we were here last time. She's a bracer, about your age, I think. Oh. Reese? You're not mad at me, are you, for not keeping in touch with you? Father Graham. Yeah. 5 years is a long time. Just as you've changed and progressed and raked significantly during those years, so have I. The Reese Argent standing before you is a squire of the Gralsritter, not the girl you once knew. I am here to serve and to protect you, nothing more. Come on, Reese. You need not concern yourself with how I feel. If you don't treat me as a subordinate, then there is little reason for me to be here serving you. And with that talk out of the way, we need to board the last international liner out of Grancel, don't we? We should start making our way to the landing port. 100% guaranteed she is not a rookie. She is even above him and is keeping an eye on his movements and reporting back to what's her name. Guaranteed, 100%. Was that your, it was a figment of your imagination. You seem to be tired, Father Graham. I see no other explanation as to why your hearing sounds that clearly don't exist in reality. I think we had to try and have some rest when we reached the airship. The typical stomach growling trope. As I was saying, I think we had to try and have some rest. Don't even try to tell me that one was my imagination. Man, for a second I thought you'd changed, but you haven't. Not one bit. You're still the same perpetually hungry Reese I remember. This is just a simple physiological phenomenon. My lack of control is proof that I still have plenty of training ahead of me. I can only apologize for my own inability. Since when did not being able to turn off your stomach become something you have to apologize for? Besides, I wouldn't have you any other way. You're forever gonna be the girl who is always getting caught sneaking into the kitchen and trying to stuff her face to me. I'll be going on ahead. Hey, wait a sec. You're in my way, please move. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to push my luck. Just got carried away thinking of old times, that's all. You have no reason to apologize, nor do I see any point in you doing so, because there are so few things in this world that carry less weight than one of your apologies. Damn, finally biting back, huh? Well, while I've only got a 50-50 chance of you listening to me, can I knock it off? Can you knock it off with the Father Graham, or even Father for that matter? For what reasons? I don't know if you're going to... I don't know if you're doing it because you feel like you have to, or because you want to act all distant, but there's no way I can get used to it, like, ever. It weirds me out. So please, call me Kevin, same as you always did. What if I refuse? Then I'll beg you until you change your mind. I'll get down on my knees if I have to. You certainly would. Well, you know what they say, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I know it's been a while since, but I'm way too set on I'm in my ways now. God, I'm having a really hard time reading these sentences. I don't know if they're just like structured weirdly. It does feel like there's a lot of like run-on sentences and awkward wording that makes it hard for my brain to like just immediately recognize what's going on. The one left me. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. It's nothing. Still, she was saying you were the one that left me. Guaranteed romantic history. He left her. Probably for some reason that he'll try to justify later on in order to rekindle the relationship or something. Still, I can't very well refuse an order from my superiors, so... Oh no, you're not playing that game. It's not an order, it's a favor. Very important distinction. Ugh. You're so selfish, Kevin. There we go, that's what I wanted. But just so we're clear, even if I've changed how I address you, the fact that I'm your subordinate hasn't changed in the slightest. Don't forget that. Yeah, I know, we can talk like we used to, but there's no way to turn back the clock to the way things used to be. Oh, and one more thing. We still got some time before the last airship leaves, so how about we head over to the department store in the East Block? We can grab you something to eat. I like the sound of that. I propose buying all the bread they have left. I didn't know you were that hungry. Bread. I like bread, but bread really needs to come with something, you know? Some kind of topping, or a spread, or sauce, or cheese. I thought you were joking when you said you were going to buy everything they had left. The girl behind the counter looked like you were some freak of nature. Even just like a really good piece of sourdough, you still need something with it. You can't just have sourdough. I mean, there is something like, what's it called? There's that like, I don't know if it's German bread or some kind of like, I don't know, but it has this like powdered sugar coating on it with fruit and nuts in it and stuff, and it's not fruitcake, obviously. It's something German or Dutch or something like that. I forget the name of it. But I could eat a whole goddamn loaf of that. That shit's fantastic. I'm not sure how that... Stolen, that's it. Stolen. Yep. Yeah, it's like crack. It really is. Yeah, that stuff's fantastic. But then again, it's not just bread, is it? Right? It's bread with something, you know? Right? If it's just a loaf of bread, I can't eat a loaf of bread. But you give me a loaf of Stollen, we're fucking good, man. I can't get enough. No, Tiger is being literal because Tiger is my mom, and I made homemade blueberry jam, and I gave her a jar. So it's very literal. Very, very literal. Don't think I've had Dutch crunch bread. But yeah, when you say depends on the bread, and if you're saying like, oh, a Danish or a donut, which is technically bread, I mean, those aren't just bread, are they? They're bread with stuff in them, right? But yeah, Stollen is oh, so good. This is just another example of Idios' divine providence. It's better that they're brought by someone who intends to consume them than to have the poor things be thrown away. Yeah, you're a real bleeding heart, but that much? I hope you're not spending your entire salary on food. I'll have you know that you have nothing to worry about. There are few people in this world who know how to make better use of sales and special offers than I. Well, whatever makes you happy, it's not my business how you blow your mirror at the end of the day. By the way, this priestess lady has like the exact same personality as pretty much every clerk in the Bracer Guild and Shara, but she just has a quirk that she eats, and like that's not a personality trait, you know? It's just the same personality. Still, while I'll give you that my getup is right up the top of the suspicious charts. I'm pretty sure everyone would be confused if a woman and a sister's habit came wandering into the shop after dark to buy out the leftovers. Stop your grumbling, and it's almost time for us to leave. We should make our way over to the landing port. I'm not sure how much longer my stomach can wait. There's something... Oh no, people? Walking? How suspicious. Sorry, the stomach of yours is gonna have to wait a little longer. Unforgivable. I don't know who this fiend is, but as long as I don't kill them, I can go as far as I like, right? What? I sympathize, but you might want to calm down a little. Still, whoever they are, they're not very good at tailing people. Quite. I doubt they have much experience. They do seem to have undergone some degree of training, however. We have to have this whole fucking conversation instead of going after the person that was tailing us? Like they're gone by now. They're on the other side of this fucking city because we're having like a whole ass like discussion about how good of a spy they are. Christ. Sad to say, but we're gonna have to skip today's last airship out of here. Do you know of a good place to strike? Oh, I do. I know the perfect place. I mean, it's only the perfect place if you know that they're going that way. So if they weren't going that way, then it would do you no good. Where did they go? I saw them enter this area, I'm sure of it. That was you, huh? How did you discover me? My stealth abilities are the height of perfection. You're just like I remember you, still way too sure of yourself. Who might you be? Well, he's technically part of Ouroboros. He's about as low-ranking member as you can get, though. Oh, I see. He does look the part. How dare you? I'll have you know I'm very much on the top. Or on the up. And as for you, what do you mean he does look the part? You couldn't look more like a nobody if you tried. You're the kind of person who constantly throws himself into things too big to handle and ends up sabotaging himself without anyone lifting a finger. And you refuse to learn from any of your failures, too. What? You haven't lost your touch. I'm impressed how accurately you were able to judge his character after talking to him for like a second. I didn't even need to talk to him. He oozes irrelevance from his every pore. God damn. That's a low blow right there. That's soul crushing right there. Oozes irrelevance from his every pore. You cocky, aren't you? Well, let's see how long that cockiness lasts. A Templar sword, so that's what you picked, huh? Just as you chose a blowgun, I chose a Templar sword. That's all there is to it. Gotcha. Impossible. What did you just do? I don't even know how I got hit. It's a weapon used by the Gralsritter called a Templar sword. The blade's made up of multiple pieces held together by wires that let the user extend it at will. Anyway, it's time those lips started flapping. It's Ivy from Soul Calibur. What's a wanted criminal like you doing here in Grand Cell? How much of your business do you know? How much of our business do you know? Why should I have to answer your... You don't know when to give up. Start talking now. FYI, she's not in a good mood, and you don't want to make her any madder. It looks like I've got only one option. Jumping in the water? I'm so sorry, forgive me. I'm only here because I crash landed. I didn't even want to come here, and after I did, I happened to see you too, so I decided to follow you, I swear. Maybe I misjudged him. There might be more to him than meets the eye, in a sense. That's a nice way of putting it, so go on, keep talking. You said you crash landed here. That means there's an Ouroboros airship somewhere near here that you came on, right? No, there isn't. I did crash land, but I wasn't on board an airship. I was on board this! What in the... He has an archaism? Ha! Not so irrelevant now, am I? Show them what you can do, G Apache. Mow them down. Well, She doesn't have any. She doesn't have any of the special attacks, the limit break stuff, which means she won't be a main character that I control. Not bad. It's a pretty good one actually. A res on a limit type thing.
What the?
Take that!
Crit time.
Take that! Take that!
Is that 9,000 or 900? Oh, it's 1,900.
Goddess, my thanks to thee.
No! Curse you, do you have any idea how much I had to go through to earn that? You really are full of surprises, aren't you? I'm impressed, Reese. You sure know how to get the best out of that thing. Not at all. I've still got a lot to learn, especially if you want to be half as good as my sister. Still, I'm no different. Kevin. Anyway, I'd wager you're out of tricks now, so you ready to give up and come quietly? If you don't try and cause any more trouble, I'll hand you over to the soldiers here and leave it at that. You're planning to hand me over to the Royal Army? That's your best option. If you really want us to take you back to Arteria instead, that's cool by me. But if you go with that one, I can't guarantee your safety. I'll leave that one to you. Huh? Again? What was that? This thing again. It starts glowing so randomly. Maybe it's reacting to something? What is that thing? What are you planning on doing? Nothing to you. Don't worry. Shut up for a sec. What is up with this thing? So the time to begin has finally upon us. When did you? Is that supposed to be Huey, Louie, Dewey, whatever the hell his name is? Looks like him. Looks like he didn't die after all, because nobody fucking dies. It's a pleasure to see you again, Kevin Graham, traverser of the pathless darkness, repenting of his transgressions with the sin of a stigma forever on his back. Who the hell are you? Wah! Thus my lord was revived on the door or something. Come forth offerings, come forth lost lambs, burned to ashes in the ever-blazing flames. What happened? Why did I... Trapped inside the cube, probably. Where am I? Hey, Reese. Reese, are you okay? Oh, what's going on? Kevin? Where are we? Oh, I'm glad you're okay. How you feeling? Any pain? I feel sick. You do? My stomach's going to implode if it doesn't get some food soon. Starting on all the food we bought. What? Okay. Sure, I'd normally be down, or just as down for food as you are, but come on. Is that really what you should be thinking about right now? There's nothing that's in this world more important or fundamental than eating. But if we must change the subject, I remember a strange man appearing, then that cube glowing white all of a sudden. Then... Yeah, I don't remember any of that either. But take a look around us. I feel like they got trapped in the cube or something. Like a temporal prison or something. Stone bookcase? Are we inside some kind of ruin? No, wait. What? Yeah, I already saw the spacey-timey stuff. Yeah, so much for this being an easy assignment. Like the intermission between prologue and chapter 1? Oh, that was the end of the prologue. Okay, now it's starting to feel like a regular Trails of game because that was a 2-hour prologue. Okay. I thought we were actually on chapter 1, but that was just the prologue. Yeah, Trails in the Sky, like the whole 3 games are all together. Chapter 1, Phantasma. At least it was still shorter than last prologue. Ignorant cults, the kin of Vagerna, the Cosmographica. Oh, here's the Azure fragments. Whoever manages this library must have some out-of-this-world connections to have gathered this many rare books from all over the place. That's just a copy of Isthmian's Tales? What's a banned book doing here? Guys over at the Congregation for the Sacraments would flip their lid if they saw this thing. And there aren't just old and rare books either. I found one that was published this year. Sort of, yes. What's it called? It's called Liberalism Cuisine, published by the Liberal News Service. That can't be real. What's that doing here mixed in all with all the other stuff? Sure you aren't pulling my leg? Your guess is as good as mine. Photographs of food in it look delicious, however. Oh, I bet they do. There's this girl named Dorothy who works for the LNS, and she's one incredible photographer. Oh yeah. Don't know how I forgot, but weren't you hungry? I was, but I finished eating while you were busy looking at the books here. I did save some for you, of course. A smidgen of her egg salad sandwich. Wow. How fast did you eat? Wait, we bought that poor store's entire bread supply, and this is all that's left? They were perfectly baked, too. The flour used was clearly of high quality, but bread like that can't be made without excellent water either. That's not how that works. It's more of the crafts, it's more the skill of a baker. I get bothered by statements like this because it's like a very anime thing to do, to just like pretend like the writer knows what the fuck they're talking about when they don't, and they just use the catch-all of the ingredients were clearly high quality, you know? I think I like Liberal. Well, I can't deny the country's got some great grub to try all around. Let's get off the subject of food already. I know, there's something truly odd about this place. We should have a look around though. Oh, come to think of it, it's completely stopped glowing now. Might as well be inactive again. I thought it was a coincidence once it started glowing just before we were sent here. This is no ordinary artifact, that's for sure. Give it to me, Kevin. I'll look after it. Huh? Why? Protecting you is my duty as your squire. As such, I can hardly stand by and let you keep something that possesses such danger on your person. I should be the one to keep it. Wait a minute, Reese. Give it to me. Look, first, we still don't have any conclusive proof that this cube is the reason we ended up here. Second, despite me being the one who had it up to this point, you're here with me anyway. So unless you plan to take it off me and run it far away as possible, who's holding it will make a damn bit of difference. But still, sorry, but this time I'm actually ordering you. You wouldn't disobey an order from a superior, would you? All right then, but if we find out for sure that it really is dangerous, promise me you'll get rid of it. That's all I want you to agree to. All right, promise. Anyway, you up for some exploring? Don't know what's up with this place, but it's time to try to find out. Only 3 hours of dialogue and we can actually move around again. Oh, you know what? She is getting limit point thingies, so maybe she will be a permanent party member. What's that? Oh, this is foreboding. Doesn't look like to be a relic of the ancient Sumerian civilization, though. I agree. As far as I can tell, it's not any kind of device, simply a stone monument. Oh, there's something written near the bottom. So there is. Let's see. The Hermit's Garden. What is that supposed to mean? I'm not sure. It could be a message or maybe even... Actually, let me look it over some more before I say anything. Nope, can't find any hidden switches or the like anywhere. You were right, it really is just a stone monument. Shall we try destroying it and see if anything happens then? I get first hit! Wait, no way! Just because we've established it isn't any kind of device doesn't mean nothing bad will happen if we go smashing it to bits. Don't worry, I was just joking. You so weren't. Anyway, let's save some extreme options like that until we've explored all of our more reasonable ones. I say we should go back and go and look around somewhere else. Oh, this is nice. Didn't think to put any plants in this little nice waterfall enjoying tableside thing. Looks like some kind of rest area or something, but why? What's it doing here? Well, resting is important. I'd love to sit and enjoy a relaxing lunch here. Well, I'll give you that. It might be kind of nice, although personally my first thought was that I'd love to sit and fish here. If there weren't any fish to be fished. Really? I didn't know you still liked fishing. Sure, can't say I've gotten any better at it, but a hobby's a hobby. I was surprised at how many fishing fanatics there are over in LaBarrel. There's a guild in Grand Cell that's really hardcore into it, and one girl I ran into would give most pros a run for their money. Something wrong? It's nothing. Regardless, it's a shame there are no fish in it. The water here is exceptionally clear. I think this should suffice as a water source for us at least. Yeah, alright. Let's go check somewhere else. Got the water and water and water. What's this? I'm not sure. I'll take a closer look. Cool, I guess. Who dumped all the Sebeth on the ground? Well, whatever. Don't think anyone will complain if we take it. Don't tell me you're feeling disappointed it wasn't food. You're incredible. I didn't know you knew how to read people's minds with your thaumaturgy. Was that part of your Dominion training? Sure wasn't. All I needed was to know you. I also got an item. CP recovery up. Okay. What's a huge tree doing here? The PS2 startup dimension. Bunch of floaty platforms in the middle of a giant space is pretty much par for the course for generic, though. There's no sign of any others in the surrounding area either. As big as it is, it doesn't seem to be a fruit tree, unfortunately. Figures we wouldn't get that lucky. Come to think of it, though, you were always an expert on plants and medical herbs and stuff, right? You don't recognize what kind of tree this is? I wish I did, but no. At the very least, it isn't one that grows on the western side of the continent. Did you work something out? Maybe, maybe not. We should try looking somewhere else, though. Still, even if it doesn't bear fruit, maybe it has sweet sap inside like maple trees. May I cut into the trunk to see a bit? No, you cannot. I want to cut into the tree. Interesting. Didn't like the third, huh? I mean, as far as the game goes, it feels like it's playing exactly the same. The only thing that could really ruin this game for me is like poor balancing, because the mechanics are the same as the last one so far from what I've seen. And I think the story of 2 was pretty bad anyway, so it only has like room to be better in terms of story as long as the mechanics are the same. I'll be pretty happy, I think. Oh. As far out as the eye can see. Oh, interesting use of layers there to make it seem like there's movement in the stars instead of it just being the, what do you call it? The skybox, you know? Just where are we? Beats me. Still, wherever we are, it's big. Judging by how our voices don't echo anyway. Yeah. Where's the game room? Like, look, if I got this little pocket dimension space place and I got, you know, food and I got water, I'm gonna need a game room as well. You know, can't just have only those two. I think my problem with FC and and first chapter and second chapter is that it really feels like one game split into 2 and then stretched super thin with a lot of bloat, and that's what like made it drag for me. Mechanically, it's fine. Content, it's fine. You know, we talked about it yesterday when we finished second chapter. It was just the story. The story is the only thing I didn't like. So as long as the third has an equal or better story, then I'll just have a better time with it. Well, so far it's ramping up to be about the same. We've investigated the whole area now, but we didn't find anything that would give us any idea as to where we are. Maybe, not specifically. I think I may have an idea of what kind of place this is, though. Really? It's a place both within the barrel and not at the same time, like a separate dimension of sorts. Can you elaborate? Well, you see, during all the trouble with the Ariel, blah 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 blah. Wow, so you think the place where you're in it may be similar? Can't say for sure, but it's definitely a possibility. There are a few cracks in my theory, unfortunately. Oh, I think I understand what you mean. The Liberalian cuisine book was found earlier in this one, right? Exactly. If we assume this is some kind of enclosed space sealed away with the Ariel all those years ago, how did a book that was only published this year get into here? Because somebody lives here! And they went out every now and again to get new reading material. All the other unusual books are from after the Great Collapse, too, which means someone else has been going in and out of here within the past year. Could it be that man in black we met at the port? Maybe, maybe not. I wouldn't peg him as the kind of guy who'd want to read about Liberalian cuisine, though. That's very true. Either way, I think we can say for sure now that this situation we're in was planned out by someone. Possibly before the cube was even came into our possession, yeah. Sure. I always love these supposed villain plans that just bank on the most ludicrous things happening in a perfect sequence for their plans. Like, yes, I just knew that you would eventually get this cube thing, and they would dig it up from the ocean, and at the exact time, and you would go in, and I knew it would be Kevin that would go and get it, and be called in, and yeah, okay, sure. You know, of course he would come in and see the artifact at this exact time. I know this will happen because I'm super genius, man. It's not, no amount of genius lets you know that kind of thing. You'd have to be omniscient in a way that humans could not even fathom a fraction of a percent of it. You know what I mean? So this obnoxious prediction plan concept that banked on most ridiculous things coming together in the perfect way, I hate that. I hate it so much. There's nobody that's that smart or perfect or capable, period. And it's not even a competition. It's not even close, you know? And it's fine if we're dealing with supernatural, you know? Like, okay, what about, like, you know, being able to cast giant fireballs that blow up the sky, or being able to do things like Lionheart, or, you know, super ninja moves or whatever? That's fine. Like you're saying in universe, you know, at the end of the day, intelligence isn't being suggested that it's higher than what a human has. But ability is suggested that it's higher than what a normal human has, you know? So it's about rules that the game has set for itself and adhering to those rules. You really think so? You really think so? Never seen Supernatural. But if that really is the case, what should we do now? There's the million myriad question. We don't have much to work with here, just a big open area with no way out. Oh, this again. Bzow. That sounded like something broke. Yeah, but what? Crap, Kevin took out his battle armament out of his pocket. He then noticed all his quartz in it were shattered. How convenient! Now we have a way to start all the way over. Seeing this, Reese took out her own battle armament. Zap, zap, it's broken too. Mine is the same way. Even my spare quartz are ruined. Just what is going on here? What? What just happened? I don't know. I wager it was the cube's doing. Guess we can add altering this area to its list of quirks along with wrecking our quartz. Are you sure it's a good idea to keep it on you? Honestly, I get the feeling we'd be shit out of luck without it. At least now we got some new stuff to investigate that could lead us to the right direction. We should go and check out the places that have changed. Let's go investigate all the places, and then demands that I go in a certain order. Just like with before, where it said I could go in any order, and then when I tried to go in any order, the game was like, no, we need to go in this order. I could understand if it was an artifact or an ornament, but how did a lump of stone start growing like this, glowing like this? It's like magic. Now there's an apt enough description of if I've ever heard one. Only thing I can add to this is that the laws of the world as we know them don't seem to apply to it. Raise. That was a voice, wasn't it? Raise the cube before the monument. Oh, disembodied voice, I'm a ghost. Who's there? Who are you? Please. What are you gonna do? To hell with it. Not like we got any of the better options. The cube in the monument can detect if it's actually being held aloft by an arm. If it's just close in proximity, it won't work. It has to be held up by an arm, and the cube just knows. The cube knows all. That's the only way it works. Zoink Scoob! Visitors from afar. Yes, again. This voice is different, though. Welcome. In accordance with my master's wishes, I shall grant you power. Name your currency, so that we may transact within the system that you know. Well, wait a second. What do you mean by currency? Maybe it's going to sell us things in exchange for Mira. Well, how convenient is that? I get you. Understood. Then I shall grant you power in exchange for that currency. How convenient. And we can synthesize quartz despite all of our quartz being destroyed. I hate this. I like the previous list better. I liked it better when it was all together. I don't like this. Going ahead and getting a set of whatever. Release my brethren, then we shall grant you good fortune. What do you think that was about? How would I know? Bizarre as it is to say, we should be able to buy things from here and use Sepith to synthesize quartz here, even though we just had all of our quartz destroyed randomly for no good reason. Why would we even seek to make new quartz when we would just assume that they'd be destroyed again? Pretty useful if nothing else. We do still have the Sepith that was left over from when our quartz was shattered. Perhaps we should use those to synthesize some new ones. Sounds like a plan. We can stand on our own 2 feet fine, but we're gonna need recovery yards if we ever find ourselves in a jam. Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense. But whatever. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Do I already... Oh, is this like Time quartz only. Okay, that's why. Oh my god, they have maps! There's a map in this game. Oh my fucking god, I can't believe it. They finally decided to give you maps. It's about time. What about my notebook? No notebook for determining what spells, what elements make what spells? Well, I get a map, but I lose my book. I don't know how I feel about that. Stregas, now this is something. It really is. It's as if petals of pure light are floating through the air around us. I welcome you, dear guests. What's that? Did the tree just talk to us? In accordance with my master's wishes, I shall grant you the blessing of the earth. However, my power is not without its limits. I require compensation in exchange for its use. Okay. When my master's power returns, the variety of blessings I offer shall increase. May the blessing of the earth be upon you. Man, if someone told me a tree just chatted them up and offered to sell them ingredients, I'd tell them they'd had one too many drinks. I guess Kevin is going to be the main character of this one? Reese, something up. The great tree took root near the seven-colored spring, and there it granted blessings and joy. An excerpt from the book of Genesis, verse 7, the primal ground. Oh, hallowed Idios, thank you for the divine protection and mercy you've bestowed upon us. Well, aren't you just tickled pink? I'm not sure this tree has anything to do with the goddess, though. I disagree. Even the testament of the goddess say that all roads lead to food. Food is the fundamental basis of everything. That's not in any testament I've ever laid eyes on. That said, let me give you this. Recipe book. Why are you giving this to me? Because you are remarkably impious for a knight of the church. You should work on becoming more devout through cooking in her name. That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, it doesn't. Like most of the stuff. Besides, can't you just do the cooking yourself? But you've always been better at it than me, and I'm sure it's the wish of the ingredients to be used by the best chef possible. But still. Too soft for my own good sometimes. Fine. But you have to help me, deal? Also, the second I catch you snagging on something while we're making it, I'm done. I know. Yeah, okay. The bottom of the water is glowing? It's beautiful. Welcome visitors from afar. That sounded like it came from the spring. Visitors from afar, quench your thirst. In accordance with my master's wishes, I shall grant you vitality. Oops. Can we pass? We can't, Matt, we can't. Oh! A CP restoration. Okay. When my radiance is restored, I shall grant you vitality once more. When you have fought several battles, return to me. Oh, okay. Only after so many battles. That's a shame. I'm guessing this is going to be like our hub. And I'm also guessing that we're not really going to be visiting many towns, and this will basically act as the next town that we go to whenever I get so far into the game. New gear and quartz and everything will be available. Never had water that actually energized me like that before. How's that even possible? I don't know, but I feel so full of life as well. Looks like the water here only has that effect when it's shining, though. Yeah. Well, with all the energy we've got now, I don't think there's much more we can get out of here. We should check back later if we're ever feeling tired. You don't think that could be an exit, do you? If anything, I'd say it's more like an entrance. A monument that sells us items, a tree that sells us ingredients, a spring that restores our vitality. It's like everything in here is designed to help us prepare for something dangerous, or am I reading into it? I don't think you are. What should we do? Should we try stepping on it? I don't have any other ideas at this point, although it might be better if you stayed behind. Never mind, we'll go together. It's not like there's any guarantee you'd be safe here anyway. Of course we will, but first I should give you this. Oh, it's the same notebook mechanic. What are you doing with this? I was asked to give it to you by Commander Selnet. In her words, Kevin's reports lately have been far too vague for my liking. I'll bet he's not even taking notes while he's out on the job. Give him this so that he's got no more excuses to slack off. She figured it out, huh? Hold on, how are you close enough for her to ask you this kind of favor? She was the one who taught me how to use my Templar sword. I respect her deeply. No joke, I had no idea. But she kept that from me on purpose? Can't say I'm surprised. If I'd known, I sure as hell wouldn't have let race. Sorry, just spacing out. Our next destination's at Circle, but if you have anything else you want to do first, speak up now. Check this out. Looks like that really was an entrance of sorts. Yeah, floating space dungeon. All right, let's go. Gotta have floating platform space dungeon. Makes absolutely no sense. Serves no purpose, but we got platforms and hallways that go places, I guess. Still seem to be in some bizarre enclosed spaces before. We got quite a long road ahead of us, don't we? But there's gonna be monsters. Undead? Monsters? How did they just appear out of nowhere? I did not expect monsters. I don't think I have any AoE though. Oh, tier is 2500 now. That's almost as much as the tier 2 healing was. Wow. Apparently you could be weak to Mirage, and time and space now. That's new. So they're adding those as elements that you can be weak against now. It almost seems like Mirage is holy then, and time is dark, and then space is just kind of like out there.
Goddess, my thanks to thee.
I have to admit, I did not expect Kevin to be the main character of this game. Space is out there, exactly. How can this be? I both like it and I don't like it. It was kind of nice to know that I could lean on space or time magic kind of being the non-elemental, so you could still get magic damage out without having to adhere to a specific element if something was very resistant, in case they were like really resistant to physical or something, or you just needed range, you know? I know exactly what you mean. There's a whole lot of monster types in our world, but that's my first time seeing anything like that. This is like being in a totally different realm. And the monsters weren't even the strangest part. Tell me about it. The elements against them weren't your usual affair either. Exactly. The three elements of space, mirage, and time were in effect during that battle too. Okay, they're actually gonna talk about it. It's actually weird the way they talk about it, because they talk about it as if like, of course you've played the previous game and would know that already, you know? And I question that kind of design, because no matter how similar a sequel of a game is, it should not be made with the assumption that you've played the previous games, period. It should stand on its own a little bit. Like narratively, yes, maybe it needs to have like a continuity between the two games, that's fine. and there's a little bit of expectation there, but I mean, still, like, you need to make the game appear as if it's playable without playing the previous ones, but you might be a little lost, you know? Anyway, whatever, it's minor gripe. Elmagus, thank you for the raid. What's going on? Welcome into Trails in the Sky, the third. We literally just beat Trails in the Sky second chapter last night, and we're just jumping right into the third because we want to be done with this game before Expedition 33 comes out on, what, the 24th? That's going to be the big one for us this year. So far, anyway, as far as we can tell, any other releases. But yeah, what are we up to today? What's going on? Welcome in. I'm BGG. For everybody coming in from Magus. And I've been streaming for about 1 billion years, and then Elmagus has been streaming for 2 billion years. So, you know, that's context. That's the relative streaming time comparatively. But yeah, lots of RPGs, lots of retro, lots of other stuff too, like Expedition 33 that's coming out, which is, I played the demo. There was a creator demo that came out with it. If I could sum up Expedition 33 in one phrase, it would be turn-based Soulsborne. Yeah, turn-based Soulsborne would be the best way to explain it. And it was fun. It was really good. So, really looking forward to it. Get you a shout out. I think mods are asleep. There we go. Go follow Megas, good people. Lots of speedruns, I'm sure. Appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. And welcome in. Not just the traditional 4 elements. Very observant. Rookie, didn't think you noticed to that extent. Expedition 33 definitely needs some work on conveyance through menus. Absolutely agree. And they need a little bit better work on the timing for the perfect guard and dodges and everything, for sure, as well. Absolutely. Hopefully, that's what we get before the game comes out, you know? Lost Odyssey 0.5. I really don't get Lost Odyssey vibes from it. I mean, the only thing that's like Lost Odyssey-ish from that game is the camera angle. After that, I would say the game is nothing alike, you know? Because the camera angle does this sort of like low angle, you know, onto the character as they're kind of going into battle. kind of like Lost Odyssey does. Yep, I enjoy pretty much everything about Trails in the Sky games so far, except the story. I don't think it's very good. But this one is, well, we just started, so, you know, we're judging it by what it is, not what the last one was. This points to yet another clue that we are a long ways from home. And also, by the way, I know you came in last week during Octopath Traveler 2. We will be getting back into that on Sunday and Mondays. So Sunday, Monday, every day, every Sunday, every Monday until we beat it. Octopath Traveler 2 will be back. I mean, you'll find a boatload of monsters that are weak to fire in Zemuria, but you're not going to find any that are weak to Mirage. You know how it is. Indeed I do. Spiritually, the world in which we live in is relatively low plane of existence. To quote the Testaments, our world and the world of the goddess will forever be separate. She simply drops pebbles from above, known as miracles. Quoting word for word, though. Hey, I guess those are the basic principles. We just keep running into surprises. Space, time, and Mirage all here? That should be impossible. What about those monsters themselves? Honestly, they were less monsters and more fiends, creatures that shouldn't even be allowed to exist in our world and yet somehow do without any problems here. And I doubt that those are the only ones. Are we gonna be alright in here? Hopefully. They were tough, but not so tough we can't handle them if we were together. It's not like there's anything else for us to go back to in that base area. Let's keep walking and see what we can find, I say. Might be worth going back briefly to check our orbiment setups, though, seeing as we've got more elements to account for now. Kevin, let me give you this. Oh, monster guide. I think we should use Wise to take notes of everything that we come across, although I suppose a fiend guide will also be more appropriate. Okay. Cool. So, is Expedition 33 difficult like Souls game? I hope I can just play it because it's turn-based. There is an auto QTE feature, so it automatically does like a lot of the timed hits and stuff like that. That being said, the game isn't necessarily difficult. There are challenges along the way that you can do. And it's also really important to note that Soulsborne does not mean hard. Okay, all Soulsborne means is that it's more about execution, and then there's like the bonfire mechanic where if you hit the bonfire, everything around you respawns, you know, or everything respawns except for one-time kill kind of enemies. So I wouldn't worry about it, you know. Go play the game, enjoy it as you will, change the options around to suit your play style. You'll be fine. So, I want to talk briefly about what the vibe I'm getting from this game. So first off, it's very weird that the protagonist is Kevin. I can understand, like, maybe he has his own journey he needs to go through. And they even implied in the last game that, yeah, lots of other things are happening across the world, but those battles will be fought by somebody else, not Estelle and Joshua, right? And, the thing that weirds me out, though, is like the way we're kind of in this pocket dimension and going through this pocket dimension story and dungeon, it kind of makes me feel like the game is going to be really awkwardly structured, like a side sequel game with a story that doesn't really matter to the Trails in the Sky series, you know what I mean? It almost felt like after Trails in the Sky second chapter, we finished Trails in the Sky. You know, and this is kind of just like a side little post story about an artifact that's gonna do a thing and it won't really have a huge impact. You know, it doesn't feel like it has the potential to be a true finale to the trilogy. Does that make sense? But anyway, I don't want to know anything else. It definitely feels like it's sort of not really made with Trails in the Sky as okay. What it feels like, as if Trails in the Sky were the first two games, and this third game is almost separate, but because it's the third, it's just has to take place within, you know, the places that you are familiar with Trails in the Sky 1 and 2, and it's just going to be its tiny little pocket story that doesn't like interact with Sky very much. Only some vaguely similar character interactions and locations. But otherwise, it almost feels like it's gonna be like a mystery dungeon type game in a way, you know what I mean? Where it's kind of like you're just going through a bunch of dungeons for the sake of dungeons, and then, you know, you see that there's a bad guy, and then you beat the bad guy, and then, yeah, peace is restored, you know? Does that make sense? It almost feels like it's gonna be a side sequel game. Oh boy. Oh, there's our orbiment book. Oh, it talks about Estelle, so an Estelle situation, right? Interesting, okay. Well, the game is spoiling that I will not only get Joshua in my party, but also Julia and Tita. Way to go. That's the one I wanted. Wait, what is the quartz things? Oh. You can stack different quartz combinations to get better stats? No. No, it just tells you what the quartz are. It just tells you what quartz are in the game and what they do. Oh man, I need that nothingness one. Divine Eye looks pretty sweet too. I like that. Basically what happened was that I looked at the release schedule of Expedition 33 and how much time I would have between this game, or last game, and Expedition 33, and came to the conclusion that unless I started the third right away, I would not have enough time to finish this game reliably before Expedition 33 came out. So I made the decision of just jumping right in.
All right, what's next?
This feels like the right way. I'm going to turn back around here. It's too long of a path before a treasure or a dead end, you know? Oh, maybe it was the right way or wrong way. Nope, okay. Oh, there are new icons on the battle string, the AT string, or whatever you want to call it. Of course I miss.
I've worked up an appetite.
Did you know it's true that Zin's name was once written as Zane, but another name change considered was Olivier's? The original suggestion was Oliver. This chest is glad that request never went through. Really? I hate saying Olivier's name. I hate Olivier as a name, period. It's so pretentious.
All right, what's next?
Maybe it is pronounced Olivier, but, you know, American pronunciation is really bad when it comes to everything, so everybody just calls it Oliver, and so they just kind of gave up and said, yeah, sure, it's Oliver, whatever. I should level up here, so I don't have to heal.
All right, what's
Honestly, I
next?
got enough. We're good, actually. I was gonna say I got enough EP that I can just heal whenever I need to heal. A chest, a chest! My kingdom for a chest! Okay. I mean, that's not uncommon. let's take a peek around. I feel like I may have missed some spots. I did also get an information thing, so. A bears. A bears? What about a lion or a tiger's? I mean, in this game, they probably pronounce agate agate because that would be the Japanese pronunciation of it. Like, phonetically speaking. But it's agate. You know? It's a rock. We know that, right?
Alright, what's next?
It's like Iris in FF15. It bothers me that they call her Iris in the English version of it because it's Iris, right? It's Iris. But phonetically in Japanese, you would pronounce those letters Iris. But there is no ending a word with just like a consonant like that, unless it's an N sound. So it'd be Irisu at the very least, which is oddly close to Arisu, which is Aerith's pronunciation. What's this? It's really pretty. It's kind of like a cube of septium, but I don't think that's what it is. Maybe we should touch it and see what happens. Yeah, that's always a good idea. Does it seem harmful? Nope, seems safe to me. Wish I knew what it was, though. Light coming off of it's so warm. The kind of slow, rhythmic glowing that it reminds me of is a beautiful beating heart in a way. Was that? There's our cube again. Visitor from afar. You who possess the cube. It's that voice from earlier. Just who are you? What are you talking to us from? Raise that sealing stone before the monument in the garden. The Garden of Eden. Then the barrier and the imprisoned shall. Ooh, I can barely work out what he's trying to say. All I can get is that we need to take this thing to the monument? I will unlock another power cube. Make use of it. Warp functionality now available. To use it, click an icon at the top right corner of the screen, then select the location you wish to warp to? Really? So fast travel? Beware the malevolent one. Gather strength or you two will be forever ... I just love using ellipsis because it's a cheap way of creating tension without actually telling you anything. Don't even ask. I feel like I'm in some kind of weird dream that just gets freakier by the minute. I don't sense anything bad coming from the voice, at least. More like it's trying to guide us forward. True, it does. You don't think the cube has a will of its own and that it's the thing talking to us, do you? I doubt it. I keep talking about the cube as if it were a separate object. My hunch is that the source of the voice is something else. And then there's that malevolent one it was bringing up too. I could see that being that man in black we saw when we were thrown in here, but it could very easily be something else. All of this is starting to make my head hurt. Join the club! Well, let's try to take things one step at a time, okay? And on that note, the best place to start is probably giving the cube's new power a shot. You serious? Serious as can be. There aren't many artifacts that have the power of teleportation, you know? And yeah, all the villains from the last game had convenient teleports whenever they wanted. And in the situation we're stuck in, we need to use everything we got at our disposal. Alright, be sure you're careful when using it. Is there a hotkey I can use for the teleport? Oh, huh. I guess I could use the pad to click it. Wait, is this gonna be the progression of the game? It's just like random spots instead of an actual world? Alright, that actually worked. Now I've got a quick way to get back here to safety if we run into danger. That does sound useful. I still can't bring myself to put much trust in that cube, however. I'm not planning to lower my guard around this thing either. I'll just keep using it with caution, so don't worry. Anyway, next up, this little guy. The sealing stone. That voice made it sound like something could be released from it if we hold it up to the monument. Any guesses? No, but I know how to find out the answer real quick. I'll handle holding it up, but I want you to stand by prepared for a fight just in case. We got no idea what we're dealing with here. Yeah, I did say Kevin had a possibility of being a villain. Something's happening. I think the game was trying to make me feel that way though. Which it wasn't entirely wrong. Well, it definitely doesn't play like Breath of Fire 5, but the fact that I have a teleport back to the base at my whim suggests that the game balance will be very oppressive. What? A girl? Okay. I immediately am exceedingly disappointed with what I expect this game to be now. What was that light? I expect it to persist entirely in this cube. I feel like the entire game will just be in this cube. Isn't she the girl from the professor's photograph? Huh? Kevin? You are Kevin, aren't you? I'm not seeing things? What are you doing here? Where do I even start? But yeah, it's the real deal. Good to see you again, Tita. Looks like you're growing a little taller. You noticed. I'm happy to see you again, too. What brings you back to Liberl? Is this girl a friend of yours? Wait, I was in the house with Dad getting dinner ready because Agate was coming over. Then all of a sudden everything went white and then... Where am I? This looks nothing like our house. Am I dreaming? Is this all a dream? Oh, right, I should pinch myself to check. Yep, this is the Tita everyone knows and loves, all right. So that's what happened. This is all because of the artifact Mom pulled out of the lake? Honestly, we can't even be sure right now. Especially as if we assume that's the case. How did we end up here when you were all the way over in Zeiss? It makes no sense. You're right, it sounds as though you two were fairly close to one another when you were sent here, but Grancel and Zeiss are really far apart. Based on your account, however, we are all surrounded by that light at roughly the same time. That's more than a coincidence in my eyes. Yeah, I think so too. Oh, whoops, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? My name's Tita Russell. I'm an apprentice at Zeiss Central Factory. I'm Reese Argent, a sister of the Septian Church. I've heard a lot about you from Kevin and your mother. Oh, you met Mom? I have. She showed me a photograph of you too. And now that I've met you in person, I can see why she boasts about you so much. Was she doing that? Oh, Mom. She didn't say or do anything inappropriate, did she? She tends to lose control of herself when it comes to people as cute as you. Lose control how? Sorry, wasn't trying to be rude by calling you cute or anything. It's just that you're kind of quiet and really pretty, but you got this really unique aura about you. Ugh, stop it. Honestly, Reese is like one of the most generic characters ever. Like monotone priest that's very prim and proper and you know, quiet and just, you know, simple, straightforward kind of thing. Like she is one of the most regurgitated character archetypes ever. like ever. Yeah, so unique. Totally. You're every bit as sharp as your mother. The goddess doesn't make him more unique than Reese. Are you trying to convince the player or the characters in the game? It really feels like you're trying to convince the player that this is a totally different priest stereotype or priestess stereotype. Totally different priestess stereotype. Totally. Anyway, what are the two of you planning on doing now? Are you going to keep looking for a way out of here? That's the plan, yeah. Not that we made so much of a dent of progress on that front so far. We barely started exploring when we found you. Like, if you Googled anime girl and nun outfit, you'd probably get about, like, a bajillion hits. Although, just be careful, because a lot of them are probably not safe for work. Oh, I see. If you don't mind, then please let me help you look. I won't get in the way, I promise. Getting in the way wouldn't be the issue here. That's a tough one. My gut tells me you're better off staying here, to be honest. You've proven yourself to be made of sturdy stuff, but like I said before, this place is just one big and dangerous mystery. If that's true, then who's to say I'd be safe staying down here on my own? If I'm gonna be in danger, I'd rather go with you and at least try to help out. Fair point, I guess. You're every bit as spunky as Estelle, too, you know? You can't be serious, Kevin. Trust me, she's a lot tougher than she looks. She went on the LeBaron arc and came back down in one piece. Plus, she survived Idios knows how many sketchy fights beforehand. Don't be so quick to judge her just because of her age. Please, I really want to help. I'll do everything I can to make sure I don't cause any problems. I really want to kill people. I mean, help you out. Alright, if you're sure. You mean it? You seem to understand the consequences of your actions and what it means to worry others. And as long as that's the case, I have no reason to say no. Please, do be careful. I love the way that they justify putting like a 12-year-old girl in the front lines of life and death battle. Like, oh, okay, you seem mature for your age or some bullshit. If anything were to happen to you on my watch, I'm sure my death at Erica's hand would be a slow and painful one. I swear I won't let it happen. Deal. All right, let's get back to work. Once Tita's equipment is set up, let's go back to exploring. Well, at least he comes with some ornaments. I just need 3 others. Guess it doesn't really matter too much. Oh, she already had an HP. So glad this space whatever the fuck has proper equipment for my use. Lucky. Boy, her reaching up to like put her hair behind her ear as well with that look on her face, never seen that before. Definitely the most unique anime character I've ever seen in my entire life. At least they gave Tita a different portrait there. That's nice, at least. A little bit of effort put into it. Okay, so I have to warp back and go all the way back again. And of course everything respawns. Right, it was this way. Wasn't that path blocked before? Sure was. What's going on? Is something wrong? The last time we passed by here, the path was blocked by some kind of barrier, but as you can see, it's nowhere to be seen now. Really? I wonder what could have caused that. Well, if you think about what's changed since we last passed here, now maybe it was releasing Tita from that stone that caused it to disappear. I mean, we haven't done anything else. Oh, I see. Still, that actually could be it. Or maybe it's just on a time release. You think? Think about it. The stone with me inside was near here too, right? Maybe that was more than a coincidence. This could be among them and the many rules that govern this place that we just haven't figured out yet. Once again, Teeter written like a 50-year-old. I think I get what you're trying to say. So in that case, we wouldn't have been able to advance any further if we hadn't released you from that stone? That's right. I can't be sure, but I do have a good feeling about it. And a good feeling isn't good enough for me right now. We still don't have a clue who's responsible for the situation we're in, but it all feels very deliberately set up. Which is all the reason we'll need to be careful, I suppose. Oh, she's definitely not gonna kill it, so. Done bouncing between what it was vulnerable to and what not. Huh? What's this? A shining door with a moon on it. Welcome. Bring to me the girl skilled in orbital engineering. Only then shall the door open. Whoa, I can hear a voice talking right into my mind. Looks like this door has got a will of its own, like the tree, spring, and monument back in the garden. Because it's the third game, and they all continue basically from where you left off, more or less. So you import your save file, and so it starts off from there. It'd be really weird if you were fighting with Kevin at level 90 in the last game, and then you start with him in this game, and he's level 1, you know? There will come a day when I get used to all these funky talking objects, I'm sure. I can only think of one person who might fit the door's description. You think it means me? Most likely. It's a pretty terrible riddle, I'm not sure. It's sure not me or Reese. Hey Dora, it's her, you mean, right? Indeed, she is the one I seek. Feed me to her! Nom 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 nom. Only she may enter if she fears not the trial within. She should step forth through the door. Trial? Maybe she wants to test your strength to see if you're worthy of something. And apparently we can't even go inside to back you up on it. That's ludicrous. I propose we disregard this door and move on. Wait, I'm gonna go inside. Hold on just a sec, there's no way. I feel like this might be another one of the rules I was talking about earlier. And besides, we got so little to work with as we try to get out of here. We need all the clues we and help we can get. And if it seems like it'll be too dangerous, I'll come right back out, I promise. Alright, we're counting on you. But like I said, if it seems too dangerous, come right back out. But like you said, don't expose yourself to any more danger than you need to. Nom, 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 nom. Door just like slams open and shut like it's eating air. Delicious. Wow, this room's pretty. I wonder how it's made up, though. Uh-oh. Overcome the trial before you. Then I shall grant you a memory fragment and my blessing. Dude, this is like... Oh, she has dark matter? 72 MP? 9,900 HP, really?
Prepare to meet your end!
Well, they're healing me, I think. Does seem a little weird, but whatever. It's not much of a trial. Alright, fine. You gonna be cheesy like that? You have overcome the trial. Thus, I shall grant to you a memory fragment and my blessing. I'm going to bet that that blessing is about as useful as thoughts and prayers on a Facebook post. Approaching location. Target in sight. Commencing operation. Coordinate adjustment complete. Activating boosters. Huh? What's that sound? What? This is when you pull out your gun and blow them up. Do I know you? Fern, I guess. We've really missed you, Tita. Hmm? Oh my, don't tell me you forgot the sound of our voices while we were away. Oh, Mom, Dad. That's our girl. Sorry to surprise you, we just wanted to have a little fun. I was scared stiff just flying in all of a sudden like that and walking up to me without saying a word. Plus you had those goggles on so I couldn't tell who you were. You could have told me you were planning on coming back. You okay? Why are you so quiet? Tita? Why are you so cute? Oh, Idios, thank you for gracing our unworthy world with this miracle of a child. I'm never going to let you go again. Mom, you're starting to hurt me. Oh, giving birth to this bundle of sugar was the best thing we ever did. How did I manage all this time without her? I'm so happy to finally be back. I can tell. Kind of like the chance to greet her too, though. Oh, sure, knock yourself out. I suppose you do have the right to and all. Yeah, drone strike break. I gotcha. Hey, Tita, looks like you've grown a bit while we were away. I missed you both so much. Everything you do just melts my heart. Let me hug you again. Come here. Aw, please. Erica, I think we should probably wait until you've changed. That maintenance uniform is full of sensors, as you know. Oh yeah, slipped my mind. In that case, shall we take care of business first, then? Where is the red-haired man I've heard so much about? Are you talking about Agate? That's the one. I was so hoping I'd be able to meet him. Now where is he? He's actually in Bose at the moment. You're acting kind of weird all of a sudden. Talk about lousy timing. Not that I'd be happy if he were here, given that would indicate him being in close proximity to my angel again. Well, it's okay. We can always go meet him over in Bose next month if it comes to that. I'd like to meet him too. Why are they treating this like it's her boyfriend or some shit like that? It's really awkward. Like they have not said anything in relation as to why they're so obsessed with meeting Agate, you know? Like he's been looking after her like a big brother kind of thing. That's it. They're making it weird. There's so much of that. It gets weird every time. True enough. Word has it that a lot has happened, so here's in our absence. I bet we have a lot to thank him for. We'll have to go and give him a thank you that he'll never forget. I'll have to go with you and introduce you to him then. His house is really nice too. It's pretty small and it's all warm and cozy. You've been to his house? Okay, now everything feels like it's been being confirmed. Now, calm down, Erica. Tita, try not to provoke your mother too much, alright? Was I? Agate! You're going to pay dearly for corrupting my darling daughter! What the fuck? You know, this isn't the first time this series has done it. It did it a whole bunch with second chapter as well. Like, a whole bunch. It implied all this weird sexual innuendo when it came to Tita and a lot of the other characters, and it just got weird and weird and weird and weird. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Oh, Grandpa. It did finally stop by about chapter 8, though. That was a pleasure, Albert. Sorry for giving you a heads up for not giving you a heads up on our return. Nonsense, don't you worry about that. What are those things, if I might ask? They look like a vehicle with boosters attached, but they're called landing crafts, and they were developed by yours truly. Yeah, one personal little rocket car would be pretty legit. Most of the places we go to don't have the space to land an airship or any kind of landing port, and there's not much point in an airship if you can't land, is there? Which is where these two beauties come in. Anyway, long time no see, Albert. It's a small comfort knowing you haven't kicked the bucket yet. I mean, how could I have been able to gloat if you were already 6 arg under? You really think a pathetic contraption like that is good enough to beat me? You must have forgotten who I am when you were out and about. One close look and the cracks start to show. Just look at them, I doubt they even managed 5 minutes. Fat load of good they'll be for anything other than trying to show off to me. They won't be getting any real world use out of them. How wrong you are. I'll have you know that we came all the way from the borders with Calvert on these. From Calvert? Oh, did that catch your attention? I'll give you that the craft's flight time is somewhat limited, but that's an issue where I can find an easy workaround. By firing them from an orbital catapult attached to an airship, they can fly a distance of roughly 120 selg. After modifying the orbital circuits, we were able to record an operating time of 382 seconds. 120 selg and 382 seconds. Surprised! That stupid look on your face says it all. Not to worry, I'll give you as much time as you need for that shriveled old brain of yours to comprehend my brilliance. Brilliance? Don't make me laugh. You're talking to the man who developed the Capel. These are child's play by comparison. I don't even need to ask how you made them. I could probably develop a better version in my sleep. Say that again, you stubborn old fart. Ah, here they go again. Will you two please stop fighting, please? Oh, and I read those files that you sent me. They've got some nerve showing your face to me after exposing my daughter to so much danger, to say nothing of letting vermin like the A word near her. Apple? Aardvark? Oh, get over yourself. I'm getting lectured on looking after people from the mother who ditched her daughter to wander the continent, am I? How about you look in the mirror before you go criticizing others? Dad, can't you stop them? It'll be fine. Let them have their fun. They're secretly happy to see one another again, I'm sure. But we're taking up a lot of space in the middle of town here, where no one else has actually crossed through at all. How are people going to get past us? Yeah, that's a good point. We can't leave these two landing crafts out here forever. Guess we're just going to have to drag our quarreling father and daughter back home. Mind giving me a hand? Sure. Ah, there's nothing quite like home. Can I get some coffee, Dan? One coffee with plenty of milk and 3 sugars coming up. Oh, let me help too. I have a feeling like none of this story is actually going to have any relevance at all. I see you haven't mended your heathen ways. When are you going to grow up enough to understand that coffee is best taken black? Actually, coffee is best taken whatever fucking way you want it. The gatekeeping of only black coffee is good is so ridiculous because guess what? It isn't. Coffee with milk and sugar enhances the flavor of coffee, making it better. Period. But of course, that is also my own opinion. But that being said, this whole purity aspect with coffee is ridiculous. Drink it however the fuck you want. Put ketchup in it for all I care. Okay, don't put ketchup in it. But you know what? Drink it however you want. All right? I hate that. I hate that mentality. And when are you going to understand that there's nothing worse than an old codger too set in his ways to appreciate another's taste? Yeah. I'm just telling it like it is. Adding milk alone completely ruins it, and then you go and plop 3 sugars in, you can't even call that coffee anymore. Actually, it's like the same thing as adding salt to meat. It just tastes better. It's called flavor. Oh, poor coffee. What did you ever do to be so blasphemed? Here's your order, Erica. Don't let it get cold now. God damn, you made hot coffee in 20 seconds? We'll have to settle this dispute another time. Well, time to drink up. Anyway, where are my souvenirs, Albert? Souvenirs? Why would I have any of those for you? You're the one who's been busy slacking off abroad. Forget traveling abroad. You were the one who got to ride on the Arceo with Captain Schwartz. You're telling me you had a chance like that and didn't get me a photograph or her handkerchief or even a button off her uniform? Why do you want a button off her uniform? Your mother's been a huge fan of her since the Captain's Academy days. I swear, if you have the time to think about such worthless nonsense, how about using it to look over an academic report or two? It's no wonder all your inventions are half-rate. Did you just use the words useless nonsense in reference to Captain Schwartz? Did you dare to insult her? Oh, nothing of the sort. I had plenty of chances to share a few cups of tea with her on board the Arceo. She's a fine woman, if you ask me. She'll get far. Well, she's already a captain. I think she's already gotten far, so... Oh, now you're done it. If you're not gonna shut that insolent mouth of yours, I'm gonna do it for you. What's that? Is someone jealous? Will you two please stop fighting the second you start a conversation? They're just dancing. What is it? Oh, it's just It's just that I finally realized it's kind of nice to see them fighting like this is all. Makes me feel like mom's really home, you know? Yeah, I guess you're right. How would you like to do some shopping? I'll handle making dinner tonight, so I'll need to grab a few things. That sounds great. I haven't tasted your cooking in ages. Well, hopefully you'll be able to have it a lot more from here on. Neither of us are planning to head out to work anytime soon, so I'll be taking over cooking duties for a while. Oh, I'd love to go shopping with you too. Great. Goody. That day's dinner was a real feast, and for the first time in quite a while, Tita was able to experience the joy of dining happily with her family. After dinner. You can leave the rest for me now, Tita. You must be tired. Go on to bed. I'm fine, honest. I'm not doing any more than I usually do. I bet you're even more tired than I am, Dad. You rushed through all the work you had to get back here as soon as possible, didn't you? Oh, well, gotten pretty sharp, huh? I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 13 now. What an idiot's name. What part of your daft brain thought you could start making this? It's why we came back to here to begin with. ZCF is the only place around that will allow me to do so. That's what I believe anyway. Maybe so, but still. What are you guys arguing about? Everything. How to breathe. Oh, are you still awake? It's past midnight, you know. You should go and get some rest. What are those? Some kind of blueprints? Can I see, please? You didn't get out of the bath that long ago. You're going to catch a cold hanging around here. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You know, as a scientist, you think you would understand that that's not how it works. But of course, that's not a scientist being written. That's just character that pretends to be. It's like a scientist. I'm not a scientist, but I play one in the movies kind of writing, you know? It's not how it works. You don't get a cold from being cold. Okay? Oh, but I want to see those blueprints. Whatever's on them looks really complicated. That's a normal engine on the right side, right? It looks like a compact one, too. Oh, I know. Is it a new kind of airship? Come on, Mom. I really want to see. Oh, boy. Look at you getting all fired up. Hey, come on, G. Can it come up? Oh my god, gee, you are being very awkward. No. No. Come on. Looks like a modified Colonel Sid sprite, maybe. Oh boy, okay. You just can't help yourself when it comes to machinery, can you? It's not fair. All right, I finished clearing up now. Shall we get to work? Oh, perfect timing. Get our angel to bed, would you? Sure, it is past her bedtime. What? Let's go, Tita. Let me have a quick look, please. I can go to bed right after that. I can't work out why that's converter's torque is so low and it's bugging me. Looks like her obsession's grown by monstrous proportions since we've been away. Be that as it may, it's still past her bedtime. That isn't exactly bringing her to bed, that's just pushing her aside. Okay, let's start with this unit here. Even at a glance, I can tell it's not going to be easy to make. You're best off starting by running a simulation on it with Capel before actually attempting to make the blasted thing. Nothing comes to mind that would be strong enough to build the frame out of either. I say we should consider looking into a new one. I wonder what they're talking about. It all sounds so exciting. Maybe I can scooch closer without them noticing. Tita. Ah, I shouldn't have pushed my luck. Seriously, now go to bed. If you're that curious, I can tell you tomorrow, but right now you need sleep. How does that sound? Good enough? That's a promise, okay? A promise. Yes, a promise. I'm not gonna let you forget that you promised, and don't go making whatever it is without me. I know, we won't. I promise in the name of the goddess above that I'll tell you tomorrow. And that we won't make it without you. Anyway, good night, Tita. I'm sorry, but a child that excited would not be falling asleep like that. Also, who puts their back to the door? Who puts their back to the door? You fucking sociopath. What the fuck? She takes after her mother in every way. Who the hell sleeps with their back to the door? Or the entrance, or whatever. That about wraps it up. This is amazing. Ouroboros' technology is even more impressive than I could have dreamed. That's a fine understatement. Their technological levels far beyond that of ours. That's true for virtually everything you've seen of theirs, too. The archaisms, the gospels, the glorious. I'm not entirely without ideas on how they have all of it, though. Why the sudden question anyway? I've already sent you the info I had on them before. Thing is, we didn't actually learn of them through the information you sent. We knew of them before that. You did? We haven't actually encountered them or any of their members exactly, but they've been expanding their influence across the continent for a while now through Jaegers and certain wealthy individuals. We can confirm as much beyond a shadow of a doubt based on our travels. That's why we came back here. We never imagined they'd be so bold as to try anything in the barrel, or we would have come back earlier. But they're not getting any more of a head start on us. We need to finish this, and we need to do it as soon as possible. Boy, we're just gonna get like hours of story from this little memory cube thing, aren't we? I was thinking it was gonna be like a 1 or 2 minute snippet, but it's like I'm watching a fucking visual novel. I wasn't planning on sleeping that long. Morning, Grandpa. Morning, Tita. Huh? Dad? Oh yeah, I forgot you and Mom were back. We sure are. Looks like you had a good night's sleep. Yeah, sorry, I feel bad for forgetting all about it. Oh hey, you said you'd tell me what you're up to today. Yep, that's still the plan. You might be better off hearing it from your mother and grandfather, though. They were up discussing the issue all night. They both headed out to the central factory first thing this morning, so they should be there as we speak. Off I go, then. Tita, you might want to have breakfast first. Oh, forgot that, too. I haven't washed my face or combed my hair either. All right, take care of that first, and let's get some food in you. I promise it'll be warm when you finish up. All right, I'm off. Take care. Don't go trying to run over to ZCF so fast you trip on something. So great to have them back. And now I'm off to the factory. Really? There's still more? Painful. Good morning, Mr. Murdoch. Oh, it's you, Tita. Good morning. You wouldn't happen to know where my mom and grandpa are, would you? Dad said they came here early in the morning. Oh, they did. I know that very well indeed. Erica came charging in with a look on her face that signaled all hell was about to break loose. All the while, she was shouting, "We've got a new invention to make, so we need somewhere really, really big. Hop to it." She wouldn't take no for an answer either. I'm so sorry about her. She causes you so much trouble every time she decides she wants to invent something new. At least she's better than Grandpa, maybe. She doesn't scare the daylights out of you by suddenly yelling fire in the hole right before an unexpected explosion. If only I could wipe that from my memory. In any case, your mother should be up in the operations room. I've got no idea what she's planning, but she said she had something she wanted to look into using the Capel. As for your grandfather, he's in the design room, in a very good mood. Can't believe the two of them are working together on something. This can't end well. Please, Goddess, please don't let them break anything. My stomach hurts. Actually, now that I think about it, I think this is the first time they have worked on the same thing together. Usually they're competing over who can make the best invention, not joining forces on one. Grandpa's amazing in his own, but Mom's just as capable as engineer too. Even if she is kind of scared when she gets into her work, if the two of them are actually going to put their heads on something together, can't wait to see what the result is. I want to go see right away. So this is what we're up against. It looks like it's not even performing at 10% of its true capabilities either. These are some downright terrifying specs. Isn't that the data on Patermater? Hi there, Tita. You came in just the right time. You've seen this robot in person, right? Yeah, but why do you ask? What was it like in person? Tell me everything you know. Well, it's really big, but other than that, I couldn't tell much just by looking at it. Right, I suppose you wouldn't be able to. It's an awful lot taller than you after all. Mom, what are you looking at Patermater's data for anymore? Or anyway, thought you were here to work on some new invention. Wait, you're not... That we are. The two of us are ready to start working anytime. Alright then. It's time to get right to work on our task, making an archaism capable of competing against our buddy Patermater. Let the Orbital Gear project begin! What? That... Oh. I just want to say that I've been playing this game for 4 hours. Oh. Wow, I misjudged what time it is. 3.5 hours. God, I thought it was 5 hours. Why did I misjudge what time it was? Anyway, and it's like we have not even done a single dungeon. We've gone through about like 2 rooms worth of like combat area. And then it's just been dialogue and dialogue and dialogue and dialogue and dialogue, and it's like nothing of value here. Why do I feel like this? Usually when I hear about something new being invented, I get all excited. I got so caught up in what's happening that I tune out from the world around me and focus on helping Grandpa, but today I just feel a little bit sad. That doesn't feel right. Metal Gear. What are all these wires here for, Erica? They look completely unnecessary to me. They're to deal with noise. This design requires a very high degree of precision, so it was a necessary addition. Visual novels, some hallways and monsters, yeah. So the orbital pressure changes get absorbed into here. I see. Mom! Oh, Tita, what are you doing here? Well, I was wondering if, there was anything I could do to help. I want to do something for Ren, too. I'm just not sure what I can actually do. What can you do? Well, if you want to help me out, there is one thing you could do for me. It's an annoying job, but if you're up for it. An annoying job? Okay. I'll do anything I can to help. It's nothing that important, really, but I appreciate it all the same. I need you to go talk to Murdoch and get him to sort out the paperwork for our return to the barrel. The way we return home was kind of borderline illegal, so no official paperwork's been filed or anything. I'm cool with it, but Dan's brought it up a few times, so it'd be good if someone could get it taken care of. So thanks. Okay. This wasn't what I had in mind when I said I wanted to help. Oh well, I guess I am helping her by doing this. I'll just have to get it sorted out quickly so that I can get back and help with the real work. her mom doesn't. I mean, her mom might believe in what Tita can do, you know, like her expertise or whatever. But it's like she's too obsessed with competing with her dad. She can't let Tita in, or else it'll muddy her accomplishment or whatever. Found you, Mr. Murdoch. Mr. Murdoch? Oh, Adios above, please protect us all. Hello again, Tita. Can I help you with something? Wait. You aren't here to tell me that the experiment was a failure and the building is now full of poisonous gases, are you? Or that there was a giant explosion and half of it was destroyed? I'm so sorry. I really can't apologize enough for all the stress Mom and Grandpa caused you. Nothing like that's happened yet, though, so don't worry. Really? That's a relief. Maybe that's a sign my prayers reached the goddess after all. Perhaps I should say my prayers for tomorrow while I'm here too then. That said, I do have a little favor to ask you. What kind of favor? It's like a Lego set that Erica wants to build by herself. It's more like she wants to prove to her dad that she can build the Lego set better than her dad can. You know what I mean? And if Tita helps, then it wasn't her building the Lego set, it was Tita and somebody else. They arrived by air, did they? I can only imagine how surprised you must have been. They entered the country illegally. Sounds that way. Oh no, I need to go and sort that out right away. Could you stay and pray to Ideos in my place? Please, just pray that nothing gets destroyed because of the new invention of theirs and it all goes into plan. Okay, I will. Please keep Mom and Grandpa from doing anything too reckless. Wish I knew what I could do, though. I'm not strong like Estelle. I couldn't say anything to Ren like she did. I know. I'll get them to let me help with the Orbital Gear's development. If it really does end up having the same amount of power as Patomater, maybe then I'll finally be able to have a proper conversation with her. Time to go and ask. This tool here is brand new. It can cut with 10 times more precision than the previous model. Even though it looks exactly like the previous model that was already here. I had no idea you had something like this here now. I think I might have to go over the designs again. Oh, Mom, here you are. Welcome back, Tita. Did you manage to do what I asked? Yep, Mr. Modic said he'll take care of the paperwork right away. He's probably working on it right now, but now that I've done that, I want to be part of the Orbital Gears development team. You? Yeah, I didn't write this in any of my letters, but I ended up spending some time with Ren while she was in the barrel. And even if she's a member of the society, she's also my friend. Ren, now where have I heard that before? Oh, wasn't she the girl Patomater belongs to? Erica, if I might be permitted to say my piece here. Say your piece? Mom, what are you... You better have a goddamn good explanation for this one, Albert. My daughter ended up making friends with a member of Ouroboros? Why is this the first I'm hearing of this? This wasn't in any of what you sent me. Well, it was kind of hard to say. Don't give me that, as if you hadn't already exposed her to enough danger to make me want to strangle you, and now I'm hearing this? Just what have you been doing with my daughter while I've been away? Mom, I'm serious. I want to be involved in the Orbital Gears development. I'm completely powerless on my own, but I still want to find some way to talk to her. And the Orbital Gear is going to be able to fight on equal terms with Patomater, right? Then I want to be involved because I want that kind of power that Estelle has. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not considering using the Orbital Gear to fight Patomater yourself, are you? Huh? That's what I meant. I want to make very sure of this. Do you understand just what we're making here? Well, I only got a quick look at the blueprints, but what looked like a bipedal... That's not what I mean. The Orbital Gear is a weapon. No matter how you try to dress that fact up, that's the reality. It's a tool designed to be used by people to hurt other people. But I literally carry around a rocket launcher with me, and you're cool with that. You're not making it because you want to hurt people, are you? Even the patrol airships used by the Army are made to protect the country, not to hurt people. It doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what the developer of any new weapon thinks. We're not the ones actually going out and using the things we make. The devices we pour our hearts into are making go on. Our hearts into making go on to cause I think it's may go on. Oh, the devices we pour our hearts into making go on to cause unspeakable suffering to people, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Have you ever stopped to think about that? And after having it pointed out to you, can you still say you want power? We're doing what we're doing, fully aware of the potential consequences. What the potential consequences may be down the line, but can you? You know how much I love you, Tita, and I understand that you care deeply about your friend. I do, but that's all the more reason why I can't permit you to take part in this. Can you understand where I'm coming from? But I'm not taking this lightly either, you know. I'm 12 years old and I know all about consequences in the way of the world and violence and death and everything, totally. I appreciate how you feel, Erica, but I'm sure Tita's been thinking about this a lot herself, especially after she went through it. There's actually like this developmental period that children go through where they literally cannot tell the difference between like good and bad. They only have this like vague understanding of good and bad. They only know it's good because we say it's good, and they only know it's bad because we know it's bad. They don't actually understand that it's good or bad or you know, like puts people in harm's way or anything like that. They only know what we've told them. And it's not until they're like well into their teens that they actually start to develop the actual like concept of understanding right and wrong. That's why, like, when you put up a child on the stand in a courtroom, the judge will be like, okay, kiddo, you understand the difference between right and wrong, don't you? And the kid will always say, yeah, because, you know, their parents have told them what they think right and wrong is. And so they only have a vague concept of it based off of, like, experiences, not an actual concrete understanding of, like, why something is bad. Do you understand why walking up to somebody and punching them in the face is wrong? Like, you know it's wrong because society tells you it's wrong, but do you understand intrinsically that punching somebody is causing them pain despite the fact that they have done nothing to you? You know, there was no retaliation, there was no defending yourself. It was just causing harm to somebody else, you know? And most people, even adults, don't understand that. Why not show her a little more respect? I'm sure she has, but that doesn't mean I can let her be involved in developing a weapon. We researchers don't get a say in how our inventions end up being used down the line. That's just our fate. That's what we have to accept when we're doing our jobs. That we do. I know where she's coming from, but I absolutely can't let her be a part of this. She doesn't need to be shouldering this kind of burden, not at her age. I know all of what Mom's saying is true. I know, really I do. But then what am I supposed to do? Just sit around helplessly? I know, I'll go and see what Dad thinks. Maybe he'll actually listen to me. Dad? Tita? Sorry, hold on a minute. I'll be right over. Really? So she wouldn't give you permission to join then? Nope, I understand what Mom's saying, I really do. It's just so frustrating not being able to do anything. Well, unlike your grandfather, your mother has very clear reasons for what she does. She's an engineer with specific goals and ideals. One's driven by emotional or curiosity. That's especially true for this project, given that the future of Libero's national defense may end up hinging on it. It was never going to be easy to win her over in an argument about this, I'm afraid. That doesn't change the fact that I want to confront Ren, though. Maybe what I'm saying is childish, I don't know, but it's what I really feel, and I'm not budging. Those are some bold words, Tita. I don't think I've ever seen her look so serious about anything before. But even if they're bold, I don't think they're childish. At the same time, I don't think it has anything to do with whether you should be involved in developing the Orbital Gear either. Having it isn't going to make confronting her any easier. Tita, confronting someone head-on about something is a very difficult thing to do. Probably more difficult than you realize. You're certainly kind, but that's not always going to be enough to change someone's mind about something once it's made up. maybe I'm never going to be able to talk to her like I wanted to in the end, and I'm doomed to never do anything for her. You backed down when you were arguing with your mother earlier, right? That says to me that the conversation she has are always kind of convictions she has are always stronger than yours. You already know that it's not going to be easy to talk to Ren. If you want to succeed, you'll need a stronger spirit than you've got now. Otherwise, you won't be able to really tell each other how you really feel. You'll just back down first. That reminds me of something Agate said once, actually. He said fighting's all about guts. Well, that's not quite what I'm talking about. No, I really am starting to worry about this Agate fellow. I think resolve is a more appropriate word than guts. You'll need to have the resolve to express all your honest feelings to her. Plus, you need to accept hers in return. No doubt it'll be a lot easier said than done, too. Well, I know she's from the society and that Patamater is too strong for me to compete against as I am, especially because I don't have any kind of power Estelle has. I'm not even confident she'll want to listen to what I have to say, and even if she does, that it'll have any effect on her. But I can't just leave her and do nothing. Listen, she was part of Ouroboros and she did some pretty bad things, sure, but that's not all there is to it. I spent time with her, I went shopping with her, I sat and talked with her, so I know it's true. Deep down, she's actually a sweet girl, aside from all the people that she killed, you know? Sure, she wasn't faking it either. It's who she really is. She's not some kind of inhuman monster. She's an ordinary girl who was like an excited little kid when we found a cute pendant in a shop, and then I tripped and fell. She didn't hesitate to hold out her hand for me. She's a good person, and I still think of her as my friend even now. But after that, she went away from me. Ever since then, her and Patamater have always been out of my reach, physically and emotionally. Once again, she's being written like she's like 40 or 50 or something. Yeah. Maybe the Orbital Gear will give me a chance to change that. If I have that, I might finally be able to see a little bit of the world that she does. You know, if I just change the way I voiced Tita to like sound like an adult instead of being like the kid voice or whatever, you wouldn't even know as a kid. You would think it was like some seasoned veteran, grizzled through time that understands deep, complex emotions. Maybe she'll even be willing to open her heart, even a little, and tell me how she really feels, all while listening to my feelings too. Yeah. That's why I want to be involved in making it, and I won't take no for an answer. So proud of how much you've grown. What do you think about all this, Erica? How long have you been listening in on us? Not long. I only heard the last part of the conversation. Can I ask you something, Tita? Of course, what? If you finally got to talk to this Ren girl again and it turns out she doesn't see you as a friend, what are you gonna do? Kill her. Exactly the same thing. I'll do exactly the same thing as I would otherwise. Because I've already made up my mind that I want her to be a part of my life, even if she doesn't want me to be a part of hers. I might not be able to chase her around and try to convince her to come back to us like Estelle can, but I can still try to get to know her more about her and Patamater, and I can make a stronger connection with her through the Orbital Gear. There's nothing stopping me from doing any of those things, right? Whatever makes it so I can be part of her life, I want to do it, even if it's small. Because that's what friends do. That's how I really feel. I see. Well, I can't help but feel like you're being a little naive, but you got me. I'll accept all you've said as a sufficient reason for participating in the Orbital Gear project. Really? Really? Now, what are you two waiting for? We've got work to do. Dan, I've redone the blueprints, so I need you to go over them. Tita, we're going to start making the quartz prototypes. So I can be part of the development? You promise? We'll see how long that happy face of yours lasts. Now that you're on the team, I'm going to be working you to the bone. I hope you're ready. Yeah, bring it on. Good. You ready to get started? Thanks to our efforts, Tito's finally allowed to participate in the Orbital Gear development. The familiar central factory is filled with a new sense of tension as it became the building ground for a new invention. Tito was able to work as a fully fledged engineer equal to the adults around her for the first time. She was also treated no differently than anyone else, meaning that Erica's demands were constant and relentless. But that was a source of true happiness for Tito. Yeah, I can't argue with that, I guess. Finally, 2 weeks later. Dude, this memory crystal bullshit thing has gone on for like 2 hours or some shit. Like, what the fuck is this? I don't want to play a visual novel. Good lord. All done. Alright, time to begin our activation test. I mean, it's not nearly as big as the other one, but I think we could probably do with a little break. We've been working almost constantly for 3 whole days. How do you still have so much energy left, Mom? And how do you two have so little? Pull yourselves together, people. The best part of developing something new is about to begin. That goes for you especially, Tita. I don't think that they could build that in 2 weeks. Like from the ground up blueprints, you know? Like mass produced, sure, maybe, but the seat in our prototype here is on the small side, so there's no way anyone other than you is going to be able to sit in it. So you're going to need to be part of our tests until the very end. But please let me have some sleep first. Okay, only because he said please. It's better than trying to do the test today when you're in this state and end up with a bunch of mistakes being made. She's done very well in my opinion. Not even most veteran engineers can keep up with your working pace. I'm amazed our little daughter did it in the first place. What exactly are you implying? That I'm some kind of machine with limitless stamina? Okay, so that's the activation tests penciled in for Friday the 28th. Wait, tomorrow's Friday? Yes, it is. Why do you ask? I need to start cooking then. I finished running all the necessary simulations using the Capel. It should be able to perform to roughly the intended specifications, but... Tita, what's the rush? Grandpa, I just realized tomorrow's the last Friday of the month. Yes, that's when Agate's coming, isn't it? Yeah, I need to start getting things ready for tomorrow's food. Well, if you're taking requests... Agate? I'm not sure I follow. What's special about the last Friday of the month? Oh, I forgot to tell you, this is going to be your first time meeting Agate, isn't it? You see, he comes over here to visit once a month, and tomorrow's that day. So our dear friend Agate is visiting. Is he? What a coincidence that he should choose the day of our tests to make his arrival. He sure is a lucky man. Mom? Well, you see, Tita, your mother... And darling, I just had a brilliant idea. I've decided that tomorrow's tests are going to require a sacrifice. We can't just let any old person come over to our house for no good reason, right? They need to make a contribution to the family. I hope you're ready, Agate Krosner. Let me get this straight. You're saying you want Agate to help with the tests. Not sure I'd recommend that, Erica. He's a useless dolt where technology is concerned. I can't see him being much help. Oh, I'm expecting a lot more. I'm expecting a lot more than that from him. I'm expecting him to offer his very life in the name of science. What? Come now, Erica. This is no time for being silly. I'm not opposed to having him help out, though. I'd like a chance to have a good long talk with him myself. You too, Dad. Well, let's settle. Today's going to be a good day. A very, very good day. Is it just me, or do they seem to have Agate all wrong? I too jumped to ridiculous conclusions. Side story finished. That's it? So nothing of value in that story other than that they were inventing something. I'm worn out, man. For nothing. Oh, you're all right. Are you feeling okay? You look quite tired. I'm fine. I did have to fight some scary enemies, but I managed to pull through. That's good. So what happened in there? Well, I see. Yep, sounds like this is another one of our rules, all right. In other words, first you need to meet some condition or conditions to get the door open. After that, you fight your way through a battle or trial, win, and you get to see some kind of memory fragment and walk away with Mira as a bonus. Yeah, this place totally makes sense. That sums things up. That's how it was for me. The memory fragment didn't feel like it was quite finished, though. There seemed to be more that I didn't get to see. Maybe there's more than one pattern to these doors, then. Either way, every time we find one, we should probably note its location and conditions down. Memory doors are located throughout the game and allow you to see various optional scenes. In all, there are 3 types of doors. Moon doors contain lengthy side stories. Yeah, they do. Star doors contain short side stories. Sun doors contain minigames. You know, in that case, knowing that they're side stories, I don't need to voice them anymore. So we won't be. In order to open a door, you will need to fulfill one or more multiple conditions. Furthermore, some doors will require certain characters to win a battle in order to view the contents within. After viewing the contents of a door, for the first time, you will earn mirror, and depending on your choices or actions, potentially even bonuses such as items. All of this information is automatically recorded in the notebook and can be viewed at any time. Finally, you can also warp to any door you have discovered using the cube. I guess I could put that long barrel on him as well, but no point in doing that because he's not really much of an attacker. Okay, I'm gonna take this opportunity to go use the restroom, grab some water and everything. I'll be back in a minute because I need something for that long. I mean, not even just like long, but like long, irrelevant side story. So, you remember what I said about side sequel games being like 80% side content and very little main story? This feels to me like a side game already. That's what it feels like. A lot of side games contain this sort of like non-built up world or reused assets kind of thing, where it's just like, yeah, we made a bunch of hallways and here's this little hub and you can just go around, like glorified mission selector with a lot of repeated maps kind of thing. Think Crisis Core or something like that. And that's like the impression I get from this. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it might be better that it's a little bit more concise, but we'll see. Anyway, BRB. You appreciate the stories, but they're a tad too lengthy? That's understating it. And yeah, I mean, I appreciate the whole, oh hey, you know, Cheetah has this little moment with her parents coming home and everything, but for what it is, it's a bit, that's too lengthy even for a main story bit, you know? Just how long does this place go on for? It's so strange too, the Shadow Towers were weird enough, but even they made a lot more sense than this does. Boy, it's almost like this game is self-aware. Something wrong, Reese? Why'd you go quiet for? Well, I was just wondering what this is. Well, what is? What? What's the Arceel doing here? You recognize the ship? Uh-huh, belongs to the royal family of Libero. We used it to get on top of the floating city. Interesting. Do you have any idea how something like that could possibly have ended up here? Maybe it was sent here the same way we were. I don't think we'll get anywhere speculating. Could have come in our way. Could have come in our way. Oh. Could have come in our way, could have come in some other way, we just don't know. The best thing for us to do now is to see what the guys inside have to say. Why give me the option of turning the camera when you don't give the option to turn the camera? Huh. Is this like that monument in the area we started in? We started in? I guess she did start there too. Oh, it's not glowing like the one is. The one in the garden has no glow in the beginning either. Kevin, do you want to give it a try? I was just thinking the same thing. I'm guessing this is a waypoint that we'll be able to teleport to. Oh, I suspected it as much. When we activated the first monument, it said, release my brethren. I guess now we know what it meant. It's a hell of a logical leap there. Then, do you think this monument might have the same power as the other one? Most likely, it should come in handy at least. Expect you might have been scattered around throughout the game, allows you to use the cube to restore the power. Much like the one in the base, you can restore EP by equipment to make quartz. They also function as checkpoints, allowing you to warp to them using the cube. In addition, any new items available will be added to the base's monument stock as well. Quite an upgrade. Yep. Believe me, I'm in the same boat as you on this. It just feels like a very generic nothing game, you know what I mean? Where it's like it doesn't actually have a world. You just go running around in random hallways with no actual value. Which is actually kind of really surprising. I did not expect that from this game. What I did expect was to go through the same exact places as I had to go around in with Libero, like all the zones all over again. DJ, thank you for 27 months of subbing. Oh man, that dance a skeleton. Dance a skeleton. Dance a skeleton. Oh no, not my speed. Whatever shall I do? Clam choker and a black bangle. The only girl in a band who takes to the skies? Must be somebody we don't know about then.
Not bad.
Well, there's a treasure on the back at least. What a beautiful airship. It's not just pretty either, it's got really high specs too. Last I heard, its top speed was raised to 3600 SPH. 3600? That's even faster than the Merkaba. What's a Merkaba? Oh, it's a kind of airship the church uses. Anyway, never mind that now. Something's up here. It doesn't look like there's anyone inside at all. Yeah, you're right. The only orbital engine and the orbital engines don't seem to be on. We gotta be on guard inside. Are they really gonna turn the entire Arceal into a little mini dungeon? As many reused assets as possible. Go! There's no signs of life in here at all. The ship must have been abandoned for at least a few days, if not more. The orbital power seems to be completely down too. It makes me wonder if there was some kind of problem with the engines? Well, we're not gonna figure anything out standing here. Let's take a look around. There might be some kind of clues around that'll help us discover what happened. Is this some kind of factory? Yep, it's the area where the maintenance crew does all the work, but there sure isn't anybody here right now. This is bizarre. Just where did everyone go? On the other side of this door is the ship's engine room, right? That's right, the 8 state-of-the-art XG02 engines that serve as the main engine are stored in there. I'm gonna go take a look at them. It's no good. They couldn't even be asked, like, you never went into the engine room in the last game, right? So they couldn't even be asked to make an engine room because I guarantee you this game is just like asset reuse generic dungeon all the way through. I'm almost guaranteeing it. I couldn't get any of them to turn out at all. Not even sure why they won't work either. Let's see. Well, we already know that this place more or less has its own laws. It wouldn't be unusual if one of those cause machinery of all kinds to become non-functional. I wish I could help you out more. Still, I was at least able to secure a backup orbital power line. So the computer over there should be good to go. That's plenty of help, Tina. Let's check it out and see what we can do. No, it's actually less. Like, so far, you know how like when you play a side sequel game to a main series and it's just like generic asset reuse and a lot of like boring, straightforward dungeons? And then just a load of side content? That's what this feels like it's doing. It feels like it's a side sequel game. It's really weird. It almost feels like they never intended for there to be a third game, and they just kind of were like, I guess just throw it out really quick and whatever, you know? It's gonna make me do it one at a time, huh? The weird shifting around the camera made it very confusing to know where I needed to go to get these. $23 out of 36? Oh, whoopsie. How good a character, probably. Another one of these, huh? Wow, it's so pretty. What is it, though? It's called a sealing stone. This is just like the stone you were imprisoned in, as it so happens. It is that pretty. It's still weird to think about, but at the same time, it's kind of nice, too. If that idea we had about not being able to proceed without freeing whoever's in these is true, there's only one thing left to do. Ready to head back to the base and unlock this little guide? It's got to be a lady of some kind, because otherwise the door will not be usable for a while. I can only assume, though. I mean, the only guess I could garner as Julia would be maybe fitting for that. It could be. No, Is this the part where someone comes out of it? Whether it's someone completely different or a second Tita remains to be seen. A second me? If you jinxed us and we really do get a second Tita, I hope you're ready to be her new mom. Naturally, I'll love her like my own. You know, for a while there, I really did think that, like, this would be a short little dungeon and we'd get right out and maybe we would just, like, pop in and out of here as we go through it. It's like a little safe zone. I knew it. The stone being inside the seal did make me wonder if it'd be someone related to it, and I was right on the mark. Yeah, Julia. What happened? Echo, report! How the... You're probably feeling kind of confused right now, but it's good to see you again, Julia. Before greeting all of you, I would simply like to ask, is this a dream or illusion or reality? I see. To be honest, all of this is a little hard to swallow, but it's clear I have no choice but to do so. Thanks for being quick on the uptake. Do you happen to remember what happened before you found yourself here? Were you also surrounded by a white light last night? Feels closer to mere moments ago rather than last night, but I'd assume so. I was on my way back to Leaston Fortress after finishing an airborne training exercise when it happened. I was sitting in my usual chair on the bridge when a white light you speak of appeared, and then, well, I have no memory between that and finding myself here. That about matches up with us then. All of us were drawn in here roughly the same circumstances at roughly the same time. Might you have any idea what happened to the rest of the ship's crew? Afraid not. It would be somewhat relieved if I were the only one drawn into this, but I have my doubts. Seeing as the RCL itself is here, could the rest of the crew have ended up here too? Or is it possible it was just you? Really don't have enough to go on to be sure either way at this point. All we know is that there is no one else in the RCL when we found it. The only sealing stone there was the one Julia was inside of too. Father Graham, the two of you have started an investigation to investigate this peculiar place, have you not? That's right. We haven't been doing it for very long, so we haven't made much progress yet. And yet, it's been over half a day. Please allow me to assist you. I'm concerned about the safety of my subordinates. I want to know why the RCL became non-functional, and I think cooperating with the three of you will be the fastest way for me to answer both of these questions. Believe me, you won't see us complaining. We'd have to be nuts to turn down the help of the Royal Army's finest up-and-coming swordsmen. I fear you are overestimating my swordsmanship, but I appreciate you allowing me to accompany you all the same. In that case, we should get started as soon as possible. It's my pleasure to fight along all of you. Well, at least we got a full team pretty fast. Of course, she only comes with level 1 ornaments. You know, it's not gonna hurt me at all if this game just happens to be a lot shorter than the other two, like a lot shorter, and that's kind of the impression I'm getting right now. If that is the case, I'll be quite happy because it means I won't have to voice the ridiculous amount of dialogue that these games have anymore. It'll be right on to voice acting. Yeah, it'll be in Japanese at first, but that's okay. Slime lump. Oops, I targeted the wrong one. It ran away, yeah.
Ay! Kapow! We did it!
Wow, fresh water. I guess with the death one, I could just attack and they would die. I'm not sure if that's how it works. It might just be a chance to proc death, you know?
Ay! Goddess, my thanks to thee. Ay! Ha! Kapow! Scary.
Whoops. Oh well. Dragon Eye, what's up?
Yeah! For the sake of my master!
You know, I feel like I should be going to the Arceal instead of coming down here. Let me just take a quick peek over there. Oh yeah, there was also the other, there's also the other moon door or whatever. Just by the time of night? Yeah, I'm a bit of a night owl myself.
Ay! Goddess, my thanks to thee.
Oh, still not her? Well, it's not Julia then. I have to say, I'm being demotivated every new second I interact with those doors to just never do them, unless it just happens to be convenient. What do you want to do, Julia? You want to have a look around yourself in case you notice something we didn't? If you wouldn't mind letting me, then I think it would help set me at ease. You can just warp to them when convenient. I thought you had, I guess, yeah. I didn't think about being able to warp to them before you complete them. Oh, I missed a treasure. I'm sorry, it appears this was a waste of your valuable time after all. You don't need to apologize, and don't worry about it. Would have been more surprised if you didn't want to check here. And if we hadn't come, it'd have just kept nagging at the back of your mind. All we can do is focus on trying to find a way out of the situation we're in now. I'm sure somewhere during the process we'll find out something about where your men could be. I certainly hope so. Thank you. Let me resume our search. Oh yeah, I should probably... Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
All right, what's next?
What level am I up to now, actually? Okay, I am up to level 95 already, so I imagine the game is going to push me beyond level 100. I mean, we already have, like, other caps being broken, like offense and HP and everything from the last game, so I doubt they'll adhere to the level cap of this one as well.
Oh, pitiful souls, may you...
Maybe the reverse scaling was dialed back a little bit. Feels like I'm continuing to get decent XP despite fighting the same enemies. Maybe, you know what? Maybe they scale. Oh god. Oh no! The enemies might scale.
Ay! Kapow!
Not bad.
If you want. You got your hands already. I already know what it is. Should be more than one, but... Oh, maybe, yeah. Sweater. Literally the one I'm wearing right now, just different color.
For the sake of my master!
For the sake of my master. Boy, Ascension sure is really good for this whole dungeon so far.
Ay! Goddess, my thanks to...
Space elevator with no railing. OSHA, not OSHA compliant. This isn't good. Notice it too, huh? Notice what? Do you sense monsters? I can't feel anything of the sort. That's normal. I doubt anyone who isn't part of the church would recognize what's going on. It's a peculiar kind of rotting smell, the scent of the underworld. It's faint, but it's there, and it's coming from the area up ahead. Whatever is lying in wait for us it's going to be unlike any of the other fiends we've faced up to this point. We're going to need to be exceptionally careful. Uh-oh, that's unfortunate. Still, if we intend to proceed with our investigation, we have no choice but to advance whatever may stand in our way. Or they don't bother telling you about slots or ornaments at all. They really just like they really meant this as like a DLC to Sky 2 or something like that, you know? Optional side dungeon, you know? Oh, they're already base level 2 slots at least. There's that, I suppose. Well, some of them are anyway. Probably should have saved it, but I forgot. Here it comes, right on cue. I've never seen anything like that before. What an Idios' name is that? One of the 77 devils that appear in the Testaments, the spiritual coffin that guides the souls of the dead and serves as Hades' ferryman. Bennu, the casket of sorrow. Who'd have thought the day would come when I'd end up coming face to face with a genuine devil? Bring it on, let me show you what a servant of the goddess can do. We just know that? I mean, how would you even know that? Even if you are like part of the church or something. Just like, yeah, you know. Him and I go way back. We have a history. Oh, you know, as we all know, like Holy Scriptures are oftentimes just picture books with little pop-ups and everything. Absolutely. Oh, it's actually weak to water? I'll just stick to this then. Stop tonguing her. Well, he doesn't seem to be too affected by magic. Unless, of course, the things around him are acting as a shield or something. Nope, just highly resistant to magic.
Hot arrow!
Strike as one! No way!
Hot arrow!
No way!
Why does that cost 72? Fine, let's test it. That 72 is worth it.
No way! Ha!
I mean, he was weak to it, so I don't think the 72 is worth it, but I mean, I have enough that I can just burn it. It's not that big of a deal. It was only a 20% weakness though, so gotta take that into consideration too.
No way! Take it! Goddess bless you. Strike as one! Goddess bless you.
No, it's the third game. Like, well, technically it's the ninth game, but the first 5 don't really count or whatever it is. Like Legacy of the Wizard and all those old NES games are technically part of the same series, but they don't really have story or anything like that. They don't really count. But this is Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. You probably have heard of that, and this is just the third Trails in the Sky game. You honestly haven't? Yeah, it's not that popular of a franchise. But the Legend of Heroes games has about, what, 14 total games to it? Trails in the Sky, Trails of Cold Steel, Trails to Azure, Trails to Zero, whatever. I'm sure you've heard of a lot of that. Trails of Daybreak, or Trails to Daybreak. It's all part of the same Legend of Heroes game franchise that spans multiple different trilogies as they go through. No. Well, there's Trails in the Sky first chapter, Trails in the Sky second chapter, and then Trails in the Sky the third. We just finished second chapter yesterday. Yeah, like ideally if you're gonna start with the Trails in the Sky or the Legend of Heroes franchise, I recommend just starting with Trails in the Sky 1. Go from there and see if you like it. Because there's a lot. And dropping yourself right in the middle of the franchise may confuse you. Trails in the Sky first chapter remake is coming out later this year if you want to do it that way. Although I imagine this game is probably quite a bit cheaper than what that will be launching at, right? This was a real devil. It was terrifying. The thought that such fiends exist. I don't know what to say. Just what is this place? If that's the best you can do, your future looks grim indeed. It's that man. Is he the one who you said you saw when you were first sent here? Who are you? Speak your name. I believe common decency dictates that one states their own name before asking for another's, does it not? So then, by that logic, you are demanding our name, thus you should offer your name first. Are Up-Zero aware that I already knew yours, Captain Julius Schwartz? Whoever you are, you've done your research. What do you want with us? Was that devil we fought your doing? Is this all of your doing? Calm yourself, Kevin Graham. Your suffering is only just beginning. It's far too early for you to be losing yourself to despair. What are you talking about? Now's not the time to be reckless, Reese. A Templar Sword of the Septian Church, I see. Your skills aren't bad, but they're still a far cry from your sisters. You know her? All will be revealed in time. The banquet of despair in this land of phantasma is only just starting. My lord wishes to see you suffer, to writhe with agony, to cry out fruitlessly for your suffering to end. Do deliver now, won't you? You intend to flee from us? I shall tell you one more thing before I depart. My name is Schwarzritter. Which is, I'm not sure what Ritter means, but Schwarz is obviously black. But Ritter, I'm guessing like the Black Cutter or the Black Bladesman or Black something or other that's really edgy and dumb. Yeah, Black Knight. There you go. I am a guardian of Phantasma and loyal servant of its great lord. And with that, I bid you farewell. He disappeared. We may not have learned much about him through that encounter, but one thing seems plain as day. We have enemies in this place, and it's not just the fiends. Apparently. And what's more, it sounds like they're going to be hell to deal with. Convenient villain teleport, by the way, just wanted to lay that out there. That was chapter 1? Okay. Oops, I hadn't saved until the end of the prologue. Whoopsie doodle. Or since the end of the prologue. Hey, come over here for a minute. Honestly, how many times do I have to tell you not to run off without telling me, Reese? I had the fright of my life when I turned around after finishing my shopping to find you weren't there. Don't do that again, okay? Yeah, I mean, we're in like some kind of like space world. I'm sure they're teleporting in and out, but still, like being able to teleport anywhere in it is still convenient villain teleport. I just smelled something nice from the stall over there. But hey, I found something weird. Oh goodness. Do you think he's dead? Or maybe he indulged in excess gourmandizing? Eating? Yeah, definitely the homeless kid, just he ate too much. I'm almost certain it's not the latter. I swear, what are they teaching children in school these days? Never mind, I suppose that should wait. Hey there, can you hear us? Oh, looks like he's conscious at least. What's the matter? I can't see this being a very comfortable place to sit. Maybe he's just hungry? When you're really hungry, sometimes you don't have the energy to talk. You might actually be right there, and you'd know better than anyone. Well then, I think we've got just the thing. When did you get Quincy Bell chocolate? Is that like Taco Bell, but for Quincy? I bought this for you originally, so I'm sorry, Reese. Do you mind if he has this? Come on, why don't you try some? I think you'll like it, especially if you like sweet things. Quincy chocolate's the best there is. There might be a brand that tastes nicer, but they've got the best balance between taste and cost. Seeing that's a glowing review coming from none other than my darling little sister. The taste should help warm you a bit too. Go on, see what do you think? I said, get lost. Just leave me alone, please. What should we do? So you're not gonna take up on my offer, huh? I guess I'm left with no choice. Why are you eating it? I have so many. I mean, first off, gross. Okay, the obvious one, gross. Second one, if he was like, get away from me or go away, as soon as she tried to approach him, he'd just be like, how you gonna get past that? Without getting slapped in the face, right? Just Hot Buns, thank you for the 25 months. Subbing. Yeah, it's exclamation mark, star, triangle, question mark, circle, circle, or nipple. Yen, pound, not hashtag. Okay, that is originally called pound. Okay, and telephones back in the day, you had to press the actual buttons. You'd be like pound something something to get like information or something like that. It's pound, not hashtag. Okay, pound, $, diamond, question mark, exclamation mark. Oh, the gulp part. Ugh. Ugh. That should be enough. What the hell was that for? Looks like that did the trick. See, I told you that sweet things are great for perking you up. That wasn't the chocolate, that was you being a maniac. What kind of girl does that to a kid they just found on the street? Are you some kind of pedophile or something? At least he calls her out. Oh my, the Sunday school curriculum really seems to have changed since I went there. But where else could you and Reese be picking up those fancy words, I wonder? I don't think that's really the problem. Yeah, what she said. Wait a sec. Your clothes look familiar. Huh, I'll come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself, have I? My name's Rafina Argent, and this is my little sister, Reese. How about you? What's your name? So they already look pretty, like, oldish, and yet, you know, they're gonna end up being masters of some kind of art of combat within a couple years, I'm sure. Because, you know, ages in this game just do not fucking make sense. How about you? What's your name? Stink Dong the Fartinator. Kevin, are you listening? Oh, I mean Kevin. My name's Kevin. Right, yeah. Grand Pontiff at 10 years old. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, sorry about that. Must have spaced out a bit. Are you alright? It's understandable, really. After all that happened, it's no surprise you're feeling tired. Maybe we should rest up before we keep going. Nah, don't worry about me. Anyway, we're about to start going over all the information we gathered so far, right? He may not be our ally, but our encounter with this Schwarzritter turned out to be quite illuminating. I see your Schwarz is as big as mine. We finally have the name of this strange place we found ourselves in, for one. That's right, he called it Phantasma, right? I mean, he could have just been using a vague terminology, oh, this Phantasma, you know, instead of this is Phantasma, right? You know, because it's got you know, whatever. Interesting name, got it. Yeah, it's so interesting and unique and special, and it definitely isn't like very, very surface level and generic. But anyway, not sure where it came from though. As far as I know, it's nothing more than the church's script. I've never heard of it either. Then there's the existence of his lord. Well, judging by how the guy spoke to them, that must be his big boss around here. They seem to know the whole lot about us too. Incidentally, there was one thing that Knight mentioned which made me curious. He mentioned you having a sister. Oh my, I didn't mean to pry into the personal affairs. Should I not have asked? Nah, I don't blame you for being curious. As I said, I did indeed have a sister. Her name was Rafina. She was one of the Gralsritter, just like I am now. I take it that your use of the past tense means, yes, she fell in the line of duty during a mission. Roughly 5 years ago, to be precise. How old is she? Like... Once again, ages. But in that case, how could this man possibly know so much about her skills? Wish I knew. I don't really know how much about the work she did. I think it's trying to illuminate on the idea that she's either not dead or this is some kind of like underworld kind of thing. Or something or other. Either way, we're gonna encounter her, guaranteed. They wouldn't make a big huff about it if we didn't encounter her in some way. What about you, Kevin? Sorry, I can't think of how she might have met him either. Still, she was known for being a one-skilled knight, and not just in terms of strength in battle, her judgment and negotiating abilities were top class too. My guess is that, two possibilities. Either the Black Knight is her, but I think they're referring to him as a he, so it very well could be what's his dick, Huey, Dewey, Louie guy, whatever, and he's not actually dead, which would be no surprise. Or they're working together, right? That's why he knows about her. The details of her mission are as much a mystery to me as they are for Rice, but it's not a stretch to think she could have met him during one of them. I suppose we've little more than conjecture to go off. I suppose the matter will have to remain unsolved for now. My apologies, I should never have asked. All I did was bring up painful memories for the two of you. Yeah, it was your fault for asking a perfectly normal question that just happened to have a sad answer. Don't sweat it. We still learned something out of this, and that's our enemies are keeping a pretty close eye on what we're doing here. We're gonna need to be careful every step of the way. So it seems. Shall we get back to our ever-cautious trek then? We'll have to go back to where we met that guy and keep going from there, right? Yeah, I saw another warp at the top of the stairs. Thankfully, the cube can get us back there in no time flat once we're up for it. Oh, this is where okay. We're back on track now. This is the exit you noticed before, right, Father? Or entrance, perhaps? Just like the magic circle at the base. Do you think this will take us somewhere completely new? Most likely. It's the only other route I've seen, so we're just gonna have to see where it takes us. That's a statue of a white falcon. Wait, isn't this? This is the southern block of Grand Cell. Thank goodness we're finally out of there. No, we're not. What's up with you, Rice? You look like you've seen a ghost. Well, I can't pretend to be all that familiar with Grand Cell, but that's not the main gate, is it? Crap. What? No, it isn't. Chapter 2 of the Otherworldly Capital, dude. This is just gonna be asset reuse. It's gonna be a you know what this is? This is like Final Fantasy IV, like GBA bonus dungeon, or Dragon's Den on FF6, or the Chrono Trigger's bonus dungeon on the DS. Just generic infinite dungeon with random tile sets from the previous games to just reuse asset. It's not even a map. It's not even reuse assets. Reuse maps. Which is even worse. Like, they're not even just taking the tile set and making new things from it. They're just Control-C, Control-V, add some events that cause the barriers to go down and some new monsters done. This is exceedingly disappointing, honestly. Like, I already, don't have, like, high standards set for Trails in the Sky, but this is exceedingly disappointing. The soldiers aren't the Royal Army? What has happened here? What happened to the capital while I was away? Man, I did not see this coming when we stepped out of the warp. Either something happened while we were stuck inside the place, or Phantasma is now able to influence the world outside. I apologize, but I cannot stand here any longer. I need to go check on Grand Cell Castle. I am concerned for the city citizens, but above all, I fear for the safety of Her Majesty and the princess. I don't blame you, but we're coming with. Strong as you are alone going alone isn't smart. Panicking is the worst thing you can do right now. Extraordinary situations like these are when caution and careful thinking are the most valued allies. You're quite right, of course, I understand. Then castle it is. We should try and investigate the city on our way there, too. Keep your eyes peeled, though. The fiends here look like they're not playing around. On a side note, it's very likely that this game will be much, much shorter with that in mind, because if it plays like a side sequel game, that means the content will also be much, 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 much more shallow. I mean, all of those are basically the same. They're the same thing. It's the same concept. All of those are the same concept, Captain Nerd. Like, Dragon's Den is the Sealed Temple, is the Lunar Dungeon, is the Chrono Trigger bonus dungeon. They're all the same thing. They're all generic dungeons for the sake of dungeon, with a bunch of infinite floors and reused assets, dungeon for the sake of dungeon, you know? Alright, so I don't have a weakness for them anymore. But I have to get some time magic. Oh boy. How did you lose all your EP?
Hey! Justice must always prevail.
I don't know how she lost all of her EP, but you know. Let's see. How do I make some meaningful time magic? For Hell's Gate, I would need 3 silver and gold and 6 time. Really? That's a lot for what I can do now. 3 gold and silver. Okay. I think I could do that with just cast, or not cast, but yeah, that one. Nope, I cannot. 3 gold and silver. I have that right here, so I just need more of that. Which I don't think I can get. 1, 2, 3, 4 at most. And I needed what? 6. I would need some level 2 stuff. Maybe I can get level 2s now? I can. Oh hey, you just get 20% speed with this now. No reduced movement. That's cool. That's a good improvement. Honestly, I think the negative on all the gems should be taken away completely. I think it's I think it's stupid to have reduced stats on things like this. They were 100% trying to emulate the idea behind Materia when they made all this. Like, there's no doubt about it. Oh, her requires our space. Oh, interesting. Okay. Looks like the combinations have been changed up a little bit to get what you want. There we go.
What's next?
I don't think anyone's here. I had fairly hoped there would be, but I should have known that wouldn't be the case. The guild's assistance would have been immensely helpful in a situation like this, too. I'll go and have a look at the telephone. Maybe we'll be able to contact a branch somewhere else and ask for help. It's no use. The phone's technically working, but I can't actually get through to anywhere. Have you tried contacting headquarters at the Eastern Fortress? Oh, no. No good, I can't get through to them either. I see. I imagine you would get the same result no matter where you tried to call. Probably, yeah. Well, it's not ideal, but it looks like we're on our own. Bring to me a dancer with silver locks. Only then shall the door open. Shara, I'm guessing. I mean, I think if you make a lock out of silver, you're pretty dumb because it's a pretty soft metal, so. But, you know, to each their own. Cool, random additional enemies can just pop out of nowhere. Oh, maybe it like rezzed or something? I don't even know. Oh, hey, Tina gained a level. I don't have to go back and heal her. Sweet. I really don't want to be given a short story in the form of random pages 1 through 36. That's like the least interesting thing I can think of. Well, the second best caster is technically Reese. In terms of her orbamids, she looks like she can actually do something. Kind of like Estelle Plus a little bit. It does mean that I have to take this off here. And probably take these two off as well. I have to get rid of attack. Well, I could do this and do that right there. And then give her wind, and then just do the action here. She wouldn't have a reduced cast time, but at least she'd have heals. so
For the sake of Melissa.
cool. It's so cool that the enemies can get the death thingy and just one-shot you. Oops, I didn't even realize there was an enemy there. I'm just trying to find the entrance again. Because the camera likes to reset again, just like the original game. Every time you do anything. Okay, so we are trapped in here. Akashic Heart. Final Fantasy 16, is that you? Bring to me the girl who loves to fish. Well, they didn't show the door open, so that's a still.
Not bad.
Don't feel like fighting you right now, sorry. I already fought O'Neal in here plenty. This dude's did me a favor by moving into the AoE for me.
That worked out.
I suppose that could be, no, it won't let me go back there. But they might actually be able to hide a treasure back there.
Yeah.
Justice must always.
It was definitely weird having 11,000 HP and only being able to heal for 250. how can we get the player to go into every single door in every single house in every single town in every single part of the previous game for the third time? Well, I got an idea for you. And players were mad, might be mad that the second game was basically a copy paste from the first game, but now bring to me the guardian of the royal family and the blade that serves the imperial house. Only then shall the door open. It's called third because you're doing it all over again for the third time. Makes sense. Imperial blade? Wouldn't that be Olivier? But no, he is the imperial house, so I guess he's not a guardian of the royal family, he is the royal family, so it's gotta be like Sid or something. Maybe you get him, or what's his name, Olivier's little helper guy that you got for 2 seconds in the last game. So cool that all these doors that you find are basically unopenable. Like they give you this door mechanic, they give you one door that you can enter, and then they make it so you have to come back to all the other ones over and over and over again. Man, they don't even give you like a whole setup for a boss. Oh no, it's a big bad guy. We gotta be careful here. It's just like, there is a large enemy. Would you like to try to defeat it? Initiating battle sequence. Modulating phase, exactly.
Prepare to meet your doom!
Tina looking pretty hot after that one. Good shit, good shit.
Prepare to meet your doom!
Yeah, spicy jams for sure. Boy, if they're gonna throw a lot of bosses or enemies with a lot of enemies in the formation, Tita might actually be somebody I keep.
Goddess, my thanks to thee.
Getting pretty close to finding out if there's a level beyond 99. Well, this makes me curious if I should go to these side places or... Oh. Never mind. I can already tell what's going to happen. We need to go to the side places to defeat the 2 MacGuffins of Destiny, and that will open the main path. What's this magical symbol for? I believe it's locked by a spiritual power of some kind. We're unlikely to be able to force our way through as long as it remains active, I'm afraid. That's certainly how it seems, which means we're going to need to find some way to remove it or we won't be able to get inside. Most likely. You alright with us leaving the castle until later then? I fear we have little choice. I can only hope that Aidios keeps everyone inside safe until we can return. Shall we resume our search of the city in the meantime? Hopefully we can find some way of getting inside while we're making the rounds. So this is a very typical design in a video game like this. You're going along a path, right? And there's a wall, like there's a barrier in the way. But don't worry, there's a left path and a right path, which will each take you to a switch or a lever or a magic ball or a fucking, giant donger you gotta slap. And then the way opens. The reasoning for this design is very shallow, because a lot of games like this that are very shallow with dungeon design, it's like you came from back here, you're going this way, and there's only 2 other alternative ways that you could possibly go. The hallway to the left or the hallway to the right. And so that like very, very common, hey, there's a sealed door, you must go to the separate sides and hit the 2 switches style of dungeon design is exceedingly common. Now, it's possible that there are 3. It's possible that there are 4. If there's 4, it's likely 2 on either side. You know, I'm sure you guys understand. You played video games before. Oh, even more interesting is that only 1 passage actually opened up.
For the sake of my master.
Okay, I thought it was suggesting that all of the side passages have opened up, but apparently only 1, which means there's 4 switches. And, okay, so this is how it's gonna actually go now. I think there's actually, well, depending on how many side areas there are, we'll hit a switch for each side area to open up, and then the final area that we open up, we'll have the switch that opens up that one. That's how it's gonna go. Now that I see what it's actually doing here. More than likely, anyway. That's what that guard comes from? So it's like a penalty. It's on a bonus. Okay. Won't let me go into the embassy. Proxy puppet, I guess. That'll be, you know, I never ended up using any of the proxy puppets from the last game. I don't feel like I missed out or anything. Don't get me wrong. I don't feel like, oh man, I should have used those kind of feeling. I don't get that at all. Because honestly, I feel like accessories that res your character automatically but then get destroyed afterwards are wasted accessory slots. I'll tell you my reasoning. See, the thing is that you might come into contact with a particularly difficult fight where you die, you risk dying, and if you die, then you want to be rezzed. Rezzing takes a turn, that takes resources, and that can be a drag on success, right? And so the proxy puppet says, hey, if this important character dies, they'll automatically be rezzed. Whew, what a lifesaver. However, you no longer have anything equipped in that accessory slot, and that accessory slot is being worthless now. If you just had a useful accessory in there, maybe you wouldn't have died at all. Maybe you died because you got debuffed by confusion and you needed immunity to confusion that would have saved you, you know what I mean? So I don't like those get a free res accessories unless I'm trying to specifically exploit a particular mechanic. Like maybe the boss does a big old fat hit of death midway through the battle at like 50% or something, and I don't know any other way of living through it, and it's like an essential requirement kind of thing. Or if it's like a passive ability that you can get that happens like once every battle, then it's fine. But an accessory that goes bye-bye once you die, I'd rather just put something useful on. Exactly. Reprieve is a good example of how it's good. The accessory is an example of how I don't like it. Yeah. Because Reprieve is a once every battle get out of death free card, you know. If you could change equipment mid battle, then it's slightly forgivable. Yeah. 8 blue. No time to get comfy, huh? They just popped up out of nowhere. Here they come. Oh, I guess Soul Blur is an attack, as a single target attack for that element, isn't it? Well, shoot. I didn't even realize. I thought Soul Blur, for whatever reason, was like a debuff.
Prepare to meet your doom! This is bad.
Cool, cool, cool. Pretty sure Cloak and Dagger has a chance of death.
I'll save you! I'll save you!
Prepare to meet your doom!
Yep.
Yeah!
The only attack that actually went out was right on Tita. Everybody else was saving it. Oh, that was my only reviving item that I have. Cool. Fucking awesome design to just have death on attack just spammed on you.
This is bad.
They do more damage than I can heal without burning items of like limited quantity. Oh, whoops.
I hold in my hand the chalice of the light that is on fire.
That's all that is?
This isn't good.
This fight is complete garbage. I guess I didn't grind endlessly to, you know, get the proper level I needed. Not just get beat down before I can do anything. The reason this is such a difficult fight, or not really difficult, just shitty fight, is because they can do Cloak and Dagger, which is death on attack. How am I supposed to, if they all just decide to do it like right now, and it all procs, I just lose. There is no getting out of it. It's just game over right away. There's one down. And it just so happened to be the one person that has a res. How fucking convenient. Wow. So my resing capabilities are already gone, and I haven't even started the fight. Alternatively, all they have to do is focus fire, and additionally, I'll have no chance to live through anything, because they'll just all do too much damage to heal through, and I'll die. It's my own choice. Your choice is Sunday, Monday. Always Sunday, Monday. There's nothing I can do about that. It's just dead. Like, there was nothing I could have done to stop that from happening. Not to mention they get a lot more attacks than I do.
I'll save you! I'll save you!
Such a weird decision to start me out with. Well, I just get 3 attacks in a row, you know, no big deal.
Crap! This isn't good!
It's fucking moronic. I expected this to happen, by the way. I should make a note about side sequel games and their horrific designs usually. Most of the time, side sequel games, and this game is being treated like that because you can tell by the quality and the way they lock you into this like asset reuse space dungeon kind of thing, is that they're typically not going to have very good mechanics. Very bad balancing is a hallmark of this kind of thing. And doing shit like death on attack is like egregious misuse of game design. It's really fucking awful. This is like shitty ass shit design right here. They can play it as with 123 bits. The reason is because they don't give a shit. So the design is like very limited effort, and
Upon the golden wings of Saturn.
what do you call it? Like, by putting like significantly RNG bullshit in your way, then they force you to burn your shit like this, burn all the things that you've saved up in order to get through, so that you have to farm it back up, or you have to get lucky, which takes a lot of time. Time. They just want you to waste time. Oh wow, look at how much time this game has. So much content on it. And really, you were just farming RNG, or farming levels, or farming side content, or whatever. They can play it as with 123 bits. So far, I'd have to say I am like exceedingly disappointed in this game. It's not even just like going to the same areas as you were in Sky 1 and 2. It is like straight up egregious misuse of game design and asset reuse and generic bullshit. They think I'm going to be able to make it through? Yeah, man. Don't worry about me. Is that Indeed, we found you and Tita inside stones like this. At this point, it's safe to assume there's someone sealed inside this one too. Well, it's in the Abronian embassy, so it's Olivier? Or wait, Joshua was born under Abronia too, wasn't he? I don't care who it is. I can't wait to find out who's inside. Well, there's only one way to find out for sure. There's no rush, but we should try and make our way back to the base soon and check out for ourselves. Yeah, a couple tracks in this game I've noticed use a similar instrumentation to Xenogears. I've noticed that too.
Yeah!
Justice must always.
I'm actually not getting paid to play. That's not how streaming works. I only get paid if people are supporting the stream. I stream for free. Nobody's paying me a wage to stream. I'm surprised there's not a treasure in any of those rooms up here. Considering like every room has had a in this area has had a treasure, I'm quite surprised there's no treasures. I'm not trying to suggest that people should start supporting so I get paid to stream. I'm just saying like it's not. It's a misconception that I just get paid to be here. That's not how it works, you know. Aside from the pennies I get from ad revenue, I do get pennies from ad revenue, so you know there's that. That'll pay for maybe like food for half of a day, an entire month, maybe.
Justice must always prevail.
Also, it kind of suggests that you think I hate this game. That's also not entirely true. It's just like Trails in the Sky second chapter was already kind of like, yeah, it's pretty alright, you know? But this is a far fall from that. Damn. Alright. The fact that I missed that death hit, just gonna leave. Like, I'm not gonna do the battle, it's fine, you know? Don't care. Why is everything respawning, like, instantaneously? You know, in the last game, everything didn't respawn with a flick of a wrist. Every, you know, I shouldn't be surprised. Once again, it's that side sequel mentality that is in this game. It's not a main game. It's a side game. Everything about this game's design labels it as a side game. Everything that's designed to just make it last longer than it really needs to, because the actual main story content is probably significantly shorter than another Trails game. And then just pile on the encounters and the obnoxiously RNG bullshit encounters, like with death on hit and stuff like that, and unfair balancing, you know, the whole 9 yards. Wait, oh, I have to go back. That's what I gotta do. I forgot after I finished exploring the area what I needed to do. I don't need to go over here. I don't think I'll ever go over there, honestly, unless I really feel like I need to make food. I mean, it's gonna be Vander or whatever his name is, because we found him in the embassy there. Still can't get over how pretty they are. So this is how I was released too, was it? Released? You mean taken? Yep. Now we go to the left. I guess we might get Chloe all the way down at the end. Honestly, once I have Chloe, I don't really care at that point who I end up getting, you know? Oh, what was that? A stun grenade? Fall back, Olivier. Their target is likely to be... It really is you. Captain Schwartz, what are you doing here? Just where is this? What happened to Olivier? So, you were with the prince when you were drawn in here? Allow me to explain what we know of our current situation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them. See, I must admit all of this is a little much to take in at once. I'm more tempted to think I'll wake up any minute to find I've been dreaming. I felt much the same at first, Major. I've been in here for a while now, but I still find myself doubting all of this is even real. I'm too hard-headed for my own good, I fear. Soundtrack's good. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Falcom. You're always going to have a pretty good soundtrack, at least. Then we're similar in more ways than one. In any case, we don't have the luxury of time on our side. I'm concerned about the full safety, so allow me to assist you with your search. What kind of situation were you in when the light started surrounding you? Well, the two of us were in Parm conducting an inspection. Night arrived and the two of us made our way back to the hotel where we were staying. That was when it happened, and completely without warning. I can't say for sure, but given that he was with me, he may have been caught up in this as well. That's the southernmost town in Arbonia, right? That's right, it happens to be the closest Arbonian town in the barrel. Sorry I interject, but may I ask something? Who is this Olivier you keep referring to? Oh, he was another one of the guys who came with us in that flying city, Prince Olivert. You wouldn't think he was a prince if you met him, though. He's really easygoing and fun to be around. Aha. I'm not sure I could disagree anymore with that last part if I tried. He delights in living a life of excessive debauchery and constantly exhausts those unfortunate enough to be around him at every waking hour. You know as well as I do that there's more to him than that, of course. Word of his exploits since returning to the Empire have been reaching the barrel, Major. If they're to be believed, he's become quite adored at high-class social gatherings. It's true he's managed to avoid causing too much of a stir by keeping up his usual act so far, but who knows what kind of rumors will start spreading when he reveals his true colors. Well, keep hanging in there, buddy. Something wrong, Reese? Nothing at all. It's interesting how the people we found so far all seem to know one another. I was thinking the same thing. How convenient all the people we keep releasing tend to be people we know. That can't be a simple coincidence. Oops, I accidentally pressed the button. Or the logic does add up. At the very least, it appears to be linked to becoming imprisoned in one of those stones you spoke of. Imprisoned. You mentioned before not finding sealing stones containing any of Arceo's crew or Grand Salite residents, correct? Despite encountering both the ship and the city itself in an abnormal state? It's good for food for thought while we keep exploring. Right now, our focus needs to be finding out what happened to Grand Cell. I kind of want to get rid of Tita. Even though her AoE and blind and everything is very useful. Visitors from afar. Ooh, possessor of the cube. Stroke my hair, brush my cubic hair. A woman's voice? And who might she be? Wish we knew. Whoever she is, it doesn't seem like she can help us. You seem to be gathering strength. Well, I will unlock another of the cube's power. Yeah, cool. Thank you, Played As for 123 bits. I took keen on the glass cannon types in RPGs a lot of time. Yeah, I mean, she's not a glass cannon though. She's just glass. You know? Oh, the support. About remote abilities. In the cube menu, you can select a character not in the active party to set as a support member. The support member will confer certain abilities on the active party. Each character has a different set of benefits they can provide, including raising stats, drops, rates, and more. Yeah, true. The power of the Malevolent One is much too great. I pray that your bonds will become a great light that will let you prevail. ... I fear I may have underestimated just how bizarre a situation this is. Regardless, whoever she is, it doesn't sound as though she means us any harm. Indeed, the Schwarzwitcher is clearly our enemy, but the woman doesn't seem to be so far. That said, I wouldn't place too much trust in her just yet. We still don't know who she is. Well, thanks to her, we got a few neat features in the cube to play around with. You guys up for seeing how they work? I wonder if I'd like access... I think I can only access these things with the mouse. It's a good thing I'm using a PS5 controller because otherwise I would have to pull out my keyboard and use my mouse every single time. Also, oh wow, it's good. Also, there's the doors that I wanted to go to. Oh wow, it actually just gives you straight up an explanation of the door. That's cool. I like that it gives you the explanation of the door you want to go to on the description of the door before you teleport in. You know what? I should probably save it before opening this door. Oh. I had both of them? Why Julia? She's whatever. That concludes my report on what happened 2 months prior. What a fucking generic line to start with. Not just like, first off, why are you giving a report about what happened 2 months ago now? And not like immediately after, you know? I object to you wanting to promote me for my services. Promotions? I am just but a humble servant and undeserving of such accolades. Wow, this is like the equivalent of the office throwing a pizza party to show their appreciation for reaching record sales. We have record profits, and to thank our employees for doing such a great job, we're gonna give you a pizza party. Party will not be a party. Only one slice of pizza per employee. Restrictions apply. Get one piece of pizza, eat 5 minutes, go back to work. You're welcome, worker bees. So taking the day off early, golly gee. Bring your own pizza. Pizza with an asterisk, party with an asterisk. You know, they don't actually tell you what the ZCF is in this game. They just keep using the acronym as if you already know. Poor old man. Working genuinely hard. Well, they said these were the starters are going to be short stories. Short side stories specifically. That's why I'm not voicing these ones, is because they're side stories. I only voice main story. You know, for my sanity. Especially when it comes to these games. What is it, like a Julia fan club? Okay, that was pretty good. I like that. The Julia fan club. Oh man. That poor guy got sent overboard. Wouldn't they have to get her permission before publishing an article about her? I guess not. If they're just telling the news. I mean, I do like Julia as a character for the most part, as far as this game is concerned. I don't want to get rid of Julia, but I probably will, especially when Chloe comes around. I'll probably end up defaulting on the same party I had before, but we'll see. Yep. Chloe and honestly Shara too, to be honest. Like any two decent casters that can acquire healing. That's it. Not to mention some massive AoEs. But the part of the reason why Chloe particularly is so strong isn't because like, oh, Chloe's really good. It's because her forced element is blue. And that means she already has the makings of a healer built right into her requirements. And she's supposed to be the healer, and that makes sense, but the freedom to build her beyond that is not, it's not possible. Like, why would you be forced to use blue and then just not use wind in order to support her healing, you know? Guaranteed Julia is the into disguise. Also, Shara's forced element is wind, which is the other half of healing. So that's another reason why Shara makes a good healer. Also, I'm a little worried now because some of the doors are going to require multiple characters, and it didn't really strike me with that hint that, you know, those two would be required. So maybe it's like one of those bonus things where if you bring the right other character, which is basically a guess, you might get bonuses that are better or so, who knows. I like how the priest is up there on the top left. So what's going on here is the father was scripted to walk off screen, and normally the resolution is tighter because of the PSP version. He would be off screen, you wouldn't notice him there. They didn't dismiss his models, so he's just standing there static, doing nothing. Like his models just stopped, his event has played out, and so he's just stopped there. And it's hilarious because the ports of these games were really shoddy. Like all they did was like Control C, Control V on PC, done. Make sure it works. You know, they didn't polish up any of the side areas where some of the scenes show the edge of the world or anything. And it was like that in the other games too. But this one is pretty bad. That's a pretty bad one right there. Next month will be nice. Thank you for the 629 minus 1 months, Caligeis. I'm really, like, the rewards from these things better be amazing. Because, like, I honestly, I have such little care about these side stories. If it actually was the story being told about what's actually going on, then maybe, but it's just... If I don't care about the main story, why should I care about the side stories? Happy Friday. Oh, he's gonna teach her a good way to clear her head. He wants her to keep it off the record. Oh. It's a Pokemon battle. Oh, I'm actually gonna have to fight, huh? Crush foes to paste. How do I even get those spells? I like how he just opens with like his most powerful attack right away. Like, how do you get these spells and not have the ones before it is what I'm getting at, you know? Okay.
Take it.
I might lose this.
Take it.
I say items are usable, but like, I don't have any MP healing items.
Take it.
If only there was a tell on knowing that he was going to use that next, then you could use your little shield ability, but... The game gives me 2 items I heal for 2,000. That's nothing. He hits me for more than that. Pointless. Well, I guess not, but still.
Take it.
That's pointless too, because if he just attacks you and then he just uses it again and he attacks you and uses it again, I mean... So I'm just gonna lose. I question whether or not this battle is even winnable, honestly.
This is bad.
I don't think that battle's possible to win. Like there's without some lucky crits or misses or something, I don't think it's possible to win that. Or if there was a tell letting you know that he was going to use his big ability so you could invuln it, but yeah. Well, my reward is gonna suck now, probably. I bet there's like some bullshit you could do to maybe win, and then you'd get a good reward. It was that moment that I decided that I would do the thing that I already decided to do many times before in the past already. But yeah, I would totally do it now, this time, or whatever. I thought they said short stories. These are not short stories. These are long stories. Oh, they decided not to magically make her hair grow long on this one. Is it me, or is her neck like really long? And like her head's doing this like forward thing, you know? Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It feels weird. Maybe she's really a giraffe IRL. She's got that holy, regal giraffe DNA. Because her ancestors used to breed with giraffes. Shoo, bird. Shoo, get out of here. Shoo. Ugh. Haven't seen that one. Don't know anything about it, sorry. Oh, I still got something good. Wait, I can go back and do it again? Oh, God, no. Alright. Oh, it's gold only. Okay. Might be better. Oh, I can't because it has to be space time here or whatever. Some anime app with horses with human anime guy faces. It's terrifying. That sounds terrifying. That does indeed sound terrifying. Does it tell me if I finished one or not? So it doesn't actually tell me if I finished one or not. So unfortunately, that is not a part of the design. Don't know why this door doesn't open up. It's just it's to the same place. It's just the other side of it. Oh, I lost the other one, which I don't care about.
Goddess, my thing.
Oh, my goddess.
That was.
Hey, if Vander were to be able to hold back like a whole bunch of water from flooding an area, would he be a Vander Dam? How am I not in jail? Oh, wow, that was hidden. Black Bengal Plus. 100 decks? Wow. That's a pretty chunky amount of decks. Gotta entertain myself somehow. Which way? Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, the design of this game is absolutely trash. It's garbage tier, right? But I will say that at the end of the day, it is also Trails in like the purest form. It's kind of like the After Years, where the After Years is a trash game, but it's still like copied from FF4. So it still plays like FF4 and has FF4 music, so it's like fine because you don't care because of the FF4 music and gameplay, like general gameplay is FF4, right? So it's like that, where they took Trails in the Sky and made it worse, but you don't care that much because you're still playing something that's at least enjoyable to an extent, right? I invite you to continue enjoying Trails or the After Years, then playing Astic. You go right ahead and enjoy that. Struggle is the right word. Struggle is indeed the right word. Oh man, they're gonna turn this whole place into a dungeon, huh? Oh, I guess we're getting Josette next. Oh, the only member of a band who has flown high or whatever. It's Josette. They're the band of pirates. She's the only one that, well, I guess they all made it to the island, huh? But she flew high figuratively by being part of our team, I suppose. What's the Bobcat doing in a place like this? You recognize this ship? It's owned by the Sky Bandits who managed to make their way onto that flying city just like us. But they put a stop to the whole bandit business now, though. After all the trouble on the Liber Ark, Her Majesty extended all of them a royal pardon for their actions. I heard they are currently using their airship to operate a courier business, in fact. Oh, that's cool. I see. Still, why would they be here? Hey. Come on, Chi. It's not impossible that they came to Grand Cell to deliver some sort of letter or parcel, but the best way to find the answer is to look inside and see what we find. Ah, that sucks. There might be someone in there, too. Should we try breaking it down? Hack away. Wait, no, I was joking. At least, let us try to see if we can unlock it with some other means before skipping into last resort. Given that this is an airship's door, I imagine it must be fairly sturdy. It would probably take a significant amount of force to break through it. Naturally, I was only joking. You little fibber. Okay, now that we've saved this poor door's life, let's look around for a key to open it. Until then, we're just gonna have to leave it. You know, when I said they were going to make the port into a dungeon, which they did, it was a relatively short dungeon, but the fact that they're doing it all over again is kind of hilarious. Come on. Come on, Chi. Oh, big kitty stretch. Come on. Come on, Chi. Hey. I know you want to come up here. Come on. Come on. There you go. There you go. She is the epitome of like, I can't let you know that I like being around you, cat. She lays with me on the couch all the time. And she's basically attached at the hip. And she'll do this thing where it's like if I see her approaching, she stops approaching to lay on my lap. She's like, oh, can't let him know I'm going to go lay on his lap, you know. So I kind of feign this ignorance, like, oh, I can't see her, I don't know. And then she'll hop up and lay down, and it's hilarious. Oh, you might get a cattail. Cattail!
Goddess, my thanks.
I can't see my screen, she's sitting right in front of my monitor. Like, I mean, you can see her tail, right? Oh.
Justice must always prevail.
Onion Knight and Hungry Nun? Yeah. You just literally regurgitated the entirety of this game's story. What? Oh wow, she didn't die. Holy shit. I was really annoyed that it's like, oh, she can't heal anybody else? Ugh.
Take it!
There is nothing my sword cannot touch.
Well, there's level 100. Wasn't sure if they would take it over level 100 in this game, but you know, there you go. Down here.
Not bad.
Scent. That one was actually pretty decent. There'll be one more wind, and a bunch of other stuff that'll actually make him an actual healer. Yep. Alright, I can actually heal again! Huzzah! Did I do Ascension instead of Soul Blur? I did.
Hey! Ah!
Let me guess, mini boss. If I remember rightly, this was the warehouse that Tank was hidden in. This is my first time seeing the inside, though. It's currently being rented out by a new owner, as far as I'm aware. Naturally, they've been given a thorough background checking this time. All right, probably for the best after what went down before. What a mess. Now we're up against ghosts. They're going to attack. Really? The look of them made it look like they were just gonna, like, smooch us or something, you know? Shower us with gifts. Weak to wind. Well, I just happen to have some wind. Oh, not you. Ah, shit. Ooh, I got Aerial. Aerial's probably one of the best spells in the game, honestly, from the last game. Like, it's not a great damaging spell or anything, it's just the placement and the area of effect is very good. There's a lot of abilities in this game where they work on everybody but the person casting it, you know? Okay, these things attack way too fast and keep interrupting all my spells. It's really aggravating. Oh, and they're only hittable by magic. And so the fact that they keep interrupting me is especially annoying. And then the constant silences and everything. How cool. How come hers is bigger? I can't get a spell in before they get to go. Look at this. Even right after they win, they're going before I get to finish casting my spell, even though I have quick cast on. This is really fucking annoying. It's like, it's exactly what I said was gonna happen with bad game design. I said they have really oppressive battles with bullshit mechanics that make it impossible to reliably win, to feign, like, game content time. It's all just a bullshit design to make it feel like there's more game than there really is. Because you're gonna end up failing a lot due to garbage tier mechanics and RNG. And there goes my spell. I can't even heal with this in mind, you know? Oh, finally. Finally, but I can't get all 4 of them in now. Naturally. What an absolutely garbage tier game, honestly. Well, I think you just heard me. Compared to the last one, this game is trash, honestly. It really is. Like, yeah, sure, it's got a lot of the same mechanics and designs and concepts and everything, but it's balanced horribly with additional boss mechanics or enemy mechanics that are complete trash garbage. And it's just a glorified, like... It's not a world. It's not a world that you adventure through. It's just... reused assets, copy-pasted areas in order to like give you a place to arbitrarily go through for no reason other than you're stuck in some void area. It's honestly, it's terrible. The only thing saving this game from going onto the trash heap is because the gameplay is still like Trails in the Sky, you know, which is nice. Because the combat's good, well, sort of. And the OST is good, obviously, you know. But like, if you ever played the After Years or see me play the After Years, it's still Final Fantasy IV at its core, but the game balancing and design like takes a massive shit. And so far, that's all I've seen with this game so far is like, yeah, sure, it's the same exact battle designs and mechanics and core, but then they'll make enemies have like death on attack and go really, really fast. And they're just like death, death, death. I win! Wow! Oh wow! So hard, you know? And like what was happening there is those enemies were so fast that I could not finish casting a spell, even though I have the cast like bonus materia thing on, before they would go again. And they would just seek out whoever was casting a spell and interrupt them. So you barely had any chance of ever casting a spell, even though they were only vulnerable to magic. So you basically have to sit there, spam casting your spells, crossing your fingers, they don't actually attack you, so you can actually do damage. It's obnoxious and dumb. It's really, really aggravating. So it's like, yeah, it's Trails, but like, they fucking shit on it. Really bad. Solve one mystery and find 2 more right around the corner. Still, at least now we should be able to get inside that ship. So yeah, it's definitely unfortunate. Gosh, I was actually looking forward to this one. I do that to myself all the time. Where I end up looking forward to a game only to find out that it's actually like really, really shitty design. But otherwise, it's fine. They're not even gonna question why the Bobcat key was in some random warehouse, though. You know, right? That's on the level. That makes sense. Everything else is so confusing. Hey, that looks like another stone. It's hard to see from here, but it could very well be. Should I go up and get it? I'll go, just to be sure. You guys wait down here for me. I like how they had to have a whole ass conversation about who would go up the 5 rungs of a ladder. So this is what those ceiling stones look like. I wonder whether it being here means what I think it does. Well, we'll soon find out. Let's go back to the base. Here's hoping that releasing whoever's inside will make something happen in the city as well. What's my difficulty? Normal. It's not about the difficulty setting. It's about the core mechanics given to the enemies. So I talked about this before about like side game mentality. Side game mentality is very little main story, lots and lots of optional story to fill the gaps with obnoxious mechanics that are half-baked in order to squeak out more game time than is deserved, if that makes sense. Because the main story is likely to be a lot shorter than normal. Tales of Xillia 2 is a great example of like what's a side game. I say side sequel game because in some cases it's a sequel game like Final Fantasy X2 or Tales of Xillia 2. In some cases it's a side game like Revenant Wings, or well, I guess that's technically a sequel. Side game, what's a side game equivalent? Where it's not necessarily a sequel, but like a spin-off. I guess Dirge of Cerberus. Which game do you think you were the most excited for, but the game design just ended up being total garbage? It's hard to say. Honestly, I don't know. I can't really say. My memory draw on that kind of stuff is really bad. I'm sure if somebody popped up with a few ideas, things might start flowing, but especially when I'm streaming or doing something else, it's really hard for me to like think about what that might be. I guess it's probably got to be like a new game that I played, you know, like a new release that I was super hype about day one. Yeah, you know, actually Persona 3 is probably one of those games. Yeah, actually, I remember because I played Persona 3 probably about 8 years ago, and it was the FES version, Persona 3 FES. And I popped it in on my own time thinking, cool. You know, I really need to check into these Persona games. And Persona 3 is honestly just extremely shallow as a game. It's like this where there's just one dungeon and it's just the same floor forever. That's it. That's the whole game, one dungeon, and then you got your social links and your dialogue and lots of dialogue and a lot of forced like return to bases and just also you can't control your characters, so you only get to control the main character. And don't even with the whole, well, the third release of the game let you, I don't fucking care. If it took you 3 releases of a game to make a competent game, and that's just saying like bare minimum competency, that ain't a, you know, no. I'm talking about Persona 3 FES. I don't know what the answer is. I'm just talking about Persona 3 FES, the main game. I thought Persona 3 was pretty not great. I was severely disappointed by it. Just the level of basicness just very drab and boring, and you can't control your team, only the main character, so they end up screwing you over. There's only one dungeon, so it's just the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And mechanically, it's not good enough to justify that. So I quit after about 30 hours and said, no thanks. Oh, I know FPS was better. That's the worst part, yeah. So Persona 3 is definitely one of those games. I knew that Dragon Song was bad going into it. I would say like there's a Lunar game, the Lunar Silver Star Harmony. I think it's the PSP soft remake of Silver Star Complete. And I equated it to basically Silver Star Story Complete without a soul. You know? It was the same game, mechanically, design, story, everything for the most part, slight alterations here and there. It just completely lacked the things that made Lunar Silver Star Story Complete charming, you know? Have you played Suikoden before, Mr. Wonka? Because for me, having played all 5 Suikoden games and only liking a little bit of it, when I got to Yuiden Chronicles, I really enjoyed it because it was like, wow, this is really Suikoden, but like the way it should have been. This is actually pretty decent. It wasn't an amazing game by any stretch of the imagination, but it was very like competent as far as a Suikoden game goes. You could really just call Yuiden Chronicles Suikoden 6. So it's the girl, is it? Sure looks like it. It was down to either her or one of her brothers. She's got a Capua hat on for her company. Dawn, what happened? You played 1 through 4 and liked all of them? But you didn't like Yuiden Chronicles? Really? Why? I'm baffled that you would like those 4 and then not like Yuiden Chronicles, because it's basically Suikoden 6, like way better balanced and designed and structured and just better. Did you not like the fact that it was like relatively fair on how to recruit party members? Like you wanted that guide experience or something? Because like 1 through 4 basically requires you to get a guide if you want to recruit the characters. But with Yuiden Chronicles, it's just like, hey, you know, this is pretty intuitive. Like the supernatural mysteries and lore that Suikoden had. Supernatural mysteries? I'm not sure I get what you mean on that one. But of course it's not going to have Suikoden lore. It's not Suikoden. Legally, it cannot be Suikoden because it's not owned by Konami. So they can't do that. It's been quite some time, young lady. That logo on your visor is your new courier service then. What kind of dream is this? This is so lame. If I had to dream about people from LaBarrel, can't Joshua be in it? What do I care if some phony priest or that military nut? You're still so very charming. And I'll have you know, my credentials are totally real. Thank you very much. Still, I mean, that's not really a mechanical issue with the game, right? That's just kind of like, you know, a little bit of world building that you didn't care for. I think specifically, they were asking, the game design ended up being total garbage to you. That being said, I mean, it still answers a question, and I don't mind you answering it, but I'm wondering if there's a different answer that you would have with that in mind, is what I'm getting at. Stop talking all this crap already. Just tell me where you hid my brother so I can go rescue him. How are we supposed to explain anything if you won't listen to us? All of us are trapped inside this strange place, just like you. How can we know where your brothers are? The fantasy elements of Yuiden were lacking. It had the political stuff, but none of the occult stuff. Okay. I remember there being some kind of, like, mystery with the runes, maybe, or whatever the equivalent kind of stuff. But you're right, it was mostly more about war. Which is what Suikoden really is about, the war, you know? But yeah, I can understand. You understand the fluffing that Trails does, and it's completely justifiable, especially if it culminates in something like Sky Third, where it's practically the remnants of threads from Sky First Chapter and Second Third Chapter. Oh, you mean my complaint is completely justifiable, not the fluffing is justifiable. Okay. I was like, the fluffing is not justifiable. I need to hear how that, like, what your argument is on that. You meant my complaint. Okay, yes, yeah. No, no, you're fine. I was just like, excuse me, you know, at first. Yeah, it really is. It's like they took the scraps of first and second chapter and threw a little mystery dungeon style design into the game and just said, go at it. Yeah. yeah, it is, Quiddo. Don't tell me too much. I don't want to. Don't spoil the game. Let me figure it out for myself. Let me come to my own conclusions about what the game is or is not. Don't want to be spoiled on anything. I mean, I imagine the reason I'm not too upset about that comment is because the whole fucking thing is a bridge to all the fucking things all over the fucking place. You know what I mean? So I don't really. That doesn't really tell me much. But let's just hold off on telling me. But I mean, you know. Still, the game needs to be a game at the end of the day, especially considering that people would pay full price for this when it was brand new, you know, and you get this trash and it's like, what is that? You know, it feels like you've wasted your money. What I do is like, okay, this game was gifted to me by a friend and as a birthday present, and he knew exactly what he was giving me when he gave it to me because him and I have almost identical opinions on Trails in the Sky or Trails games in general so far. And I didn't pay for it, right? So like you could argue, oh well, you didn't pay for it, you can't complain, and it's like, no. See, like I looked at the history of it and I go, well, lots of people did when this game was new. What was it, $50 on PSP or something like that, right? And people paid that and got fed this dog shit, you know. And I'm still using my time to play it, of course, obviously. And that upsets me. The whole, like, other people got duped into paying that money for this game, you know what I mean? That's unfair. You know, it bothers me when games don't deliver on quality, you know, because they're expensive. And they're only going to get more expensive as time goes on, and your wages sure as hell aren't going to go up anytime soon. So it's just going to get more and more difficult to afford games anymore. For everybody, you know? And when they don't deliver on a quality product, it gets that much more frustrating, you know? And you expect me to buy that hook, line, and sinker? I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out there's something weird going on. But if it wasn't that long ago, then that we were all flying over Crossbell on the Bobcat together. So that was what you were doing when you were surrounded by the white light. Yeah, that's right. Wait, how do you know about the light? So your situation is nearly the same as my own then, save for the fact that you were in Crossbell. Still, Crossbell's not that far from LaBarrel on the map, right? It's the state between Erebony and Calvert, isn't it? That's the one. If you took an international liner, you could be there in about an hour. It's worth nothing for sure. Hello, I'm standing right here. Actually, forget it. I'm going back to the Bobcat. I have no reason to hang out around with you guys. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Just so you're aware, Grancel is no longer the city you once knew. There's no telling when your ship will be overrun by fiends. Are you still sure you want to try acting alone? Flat currency shortfalls are a completely different series of mine. Not fit for here. But yeah. Right, I wasn't trying to get too deep into it, just, you know, that games are expensive and it upsets me when they deliver on cheap little asset redumps like this, you know? Can't change your mind, we'll at least escort you back, but I wouldn't recommend it. Not until we get a better idea of what kind of situation we're in. It's not like we've never worked together before, right? Okay, I get it. My head's practically spinning with all that's going on, so I'm not sure what I should be doing right now. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to stick with you until we find Kyle and Dawn. Good. But if you think I'm gonna owe you one, you got another thing coming. I'm gonna stick around. I'm gonna be doing my part, so anytime you need something, I'm your girl. Just make sure you don't end up holding us back in your attempts to be of assistance. You mind your own business.
Got it!
Didn't they say I could, like, look through their stuff while they were in the... It's not letting me.
Got it! Oh, okay.
Still got the same sticky, buggy menus as the first two games, unfortunately.
Take it! Got it! Huh?
She's Earth only? Yeah. Oh, here's where you can do it like that. Okay, cool. She can't equip the long barrel EX. Okay. Notice how all the upgrades are 100. 100 attack, 100 defense. Well, these are only 20. But they're set, like it's very linear. Oh, the only girl in a band who takes to the skies. Oh, I've seen this, Howl Art. I've seen that. Yeah, that is indeed very creepy. It was a Tak 2 was a game where the mechanics made you nope out. I've never heard of Tak. They made the game hyperlinear and promoted game mechanics in the box art that were only used once. You know what? Rogue Galaxy. Rogue Galaxy was a game that I was really excited for. It seemed like it started off really nicely with these like guns that like added platforms and all sorts of neat little mechanics that basically allowed for a lot of neat things. But then they just stopped using those neat things, and then the game ended up being like every enemy just like beats the shit out of you, and you gotta just spam items just to stay alive, you know? And it ended up being really disappointing. I think Hitstun is more important. I guess it is an action RPG. It probably should have had Hitstun, yeah. You end up having to immediately cancel into a block after hitting an enemy only once. The final boss gauntlet was also the type of thing you should never do outside a scripted event. Yep. Oh, yes. I'm so glad you brought that up. Yeah. I'm so glad you brought that up because that final boss event was... Oh, that was awful. That was really bad. Yeah. I mean, it's scripted. Yeah, fine, cool. You know? Or like bringing all your characters up to speed. You know? Giving them a set of gear. Fine. But that was... Oof. Oh, man. I actually... Also, that final bit of it, where you go all mecha, super whatever, I forget. It's really unintuitive what you need to do. And if you mess it up, you just die. And I did that like once or twice and had to go through the whole thing all over again. This is your favorite Trails game? Like of all of them? Of the entire Legend of Heroes? Love all the story in this one, and Kevin, who's your favorite character? Oh, that'd do it. Personally, though, Kevin's introduction was him hitting on 15-year-olds and not stopping hitting on 15-year-olds, so I pretty much hated him right out of the gate, and I don't particularly care for him, even after everything's said and done. So for me, I could do without Kevin. Oh, high class tea. Yeah, you know the type, like high class tea, where it's like tea, but like higher class, you know? They use different tea leaves where they're higher on the tree, obviously. Yeah, high class tea. There's no fucking such thing as high class tea. I'm sorry. High class tea. Oh. I really do hope they improve in the art style in the later games. Oh, this asshole again, huh? Darn, right up there. Got a. Oh, okay. There's a mini game. Okay. I can only invert the vertical axis. Why? Shoot down approaching enemies with missiles using Joseph's. Oh, and missiles using Joseph's machine gun. The controls are as follow. Well, I'm not using a keyboard, so I guess you have unlimited ammo, but take heat, shoot for too long, and you'll shoot slower. Shoot speed gradually recover. It's like overheating. Okay, let's just do normal. Damn, I've killed like 50 people already. They're kind of bad at being bad guys. It's not really fun when they just instantaneously pop out and do damage to you right away before you can do anything about it, and then they fuck off before you can do anything about that either. Well, can't say I'm a fan of how this is designed so far. It feels like it's designed with game over as the primary, like, outcome, you know? As opposed to, hey, if you try and as long as you shoot down some ships and keep aiming, you'll shoot down most of what's coming at you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You say what I mean by game over in mind. It's like they want you to game over multiple times before you win, as opposed to it just being a cute, fun little mini game. Well, we'll see. I'm not taking a whole lot of damage. I'm just taking a lot of hits. Okay. Just didn't... I don't know, almost felt like I didn't even need to try at that point then. Is that the last of them? Oh, wait, I need to voice this. It's not a main story. It's a side story. Sure would be nice if I could move the aimer a little faster. It's like I only can have those missiles. Some cases, none of them, because there's just too many to shoot and my aimer moves too slow. Yeah. How am I supposed to get those other ones, dude? Shit moves so slow. Better be over real fast.
Damn it! Damn you! Time to leave! You little...
How is this not over yet?
You're finished! Damn it!
I basically have to ignore the missiles and go for him. This game is fucking garbage. Jesus Christ, every inch of it is just trash. What the fuck? Like, this shouldn't be this hard, man. It really shouldn't. Like, it's impossible to take care of most of the missiles. You will just take damage. It's fucking garbage. Like, I'm no slouch at video games, y'all. But this is just trash. It almost feels like he doesn't actually have a health bar. You know what it feels like? He doesn't have a health bar. You just have to live through the event. That is the whole scripted moveset that he has. The reason it feels like that is because it doesn't seem like there's actually any progression. He doesn't have a health bar. And it's almost like you just need to hit him X amount of times in order to interrupt some kind of charge-up laser attack that he does, and that's it. That's really all you're doing is preventing yourself from taking damage, and actually hitting him doesn't actually do anything other than potentially staggering him during an attack. That's what it feels like. Cool, 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 cool. Just gotta take all that to the face without the ability to do anything about it, even though I unloaded my full charge, well, fully charged up attack on him. Like I just held down the button and I just didn't have enough with the meter all the way full, you know? It's just dumb. Not to mention with all the times I hit him prior to that, of course, not counting. Oh, it is. It's very frustrating. Yeah, it's very, very frustrating. Mechanically, like, it's built very, like, receptive, you know, to inputs and everything. It's just terribly balanced, as usual, as with everything else in this game. Best of all, he'll live. Yeah, that's what you want to hear about the guy that you fought off that was trying to kill you, you know? Whew, good thing he'll live. Wah, he's Waluigi. Wah! It's a letter from Joshua. It says, roses are red, violets are blue. I don't really even like you. You know, they were approaching town and reducing speed to 60%, which suggested that they were very close to town. This whole battle sequence would definitely have taken them into town. Or pass by it if they were to, like, speed up and go past it, but that wasn't suggested. It was just suggested that they continued their route, which means that they kind of forgot about that whole we're going to the town part. What was that? Detection. Displays enemy chest locations on the minimap. Oh man, that's gotta be in here. Oh, you take that. But it doesn't signify whether or not they're open or closed. Alright, that's it for the evening, and that's it for this game until Tuesday. I have to say, after just finishing Trails in the Sky second chapter, I'm kind of disappointed by this, like, really egregious just asset reuse generic dungeon thing. At the end of the day, it is still Trails, so the mechanics in combat are still decent, and the music's still good. But just like, if I finish chapter 1 and we're still in this infinite dungeon maze thing, I know that the rest of the game is going to be in here, and it's going to be a very disappointing playthrough. So, don't really care about a lot of the side stories. They're just like, you know, pretty generic. There's some neat stuff. Seeing your, you know, if you really like the characters, it's neat to see them, you know, be happy and do different stuff or whatever. Like with Tita seeing her parents again and whatever, but don't really care. I want, if I don't care about, if the main story isn't gripping me enough, then I don't care about the side stories. You know, you gotta build me up if you want me to be interested in that stuff. That's why when it comes to games that have really exciting stories, I eat up the side stories because I want to see more of this world that they've done such a good job of crafting. And in this case, it's just tropey generics, and there's not really even a main plot going on at all other than, ooh, mysterious cube, and that's about it. So it's not gripping me. And so I don't really care about, you know, 80% of the game being side story, but whatever. That being said, we'll get back to it on Tuesday. We'll see if it picks up. Otherwise, Saturday, tomorrow, day off. And then Sunday, Monday, Octopath Traveler 2 for our viewer choice game. And we'll see you then on Sunday, 1 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for all the love and support, bits and donations, subs and resubs, sub gifts. There's a little bit of that today, so appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good night. We'll see you on Sunday. Good night.